Good morning. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Welcome to everyone. As we begin our meeting today, please be aware that this meeting is being broadcast via the internet. So at any point, any of us, including some of you in the audience, can be visible to anyone watching online. Also, as a reminder, please silence your cell phones, and if your computers make weird noises, silence them also. We do have computer Gestapo and cell phone Gestapo that will be watching closely. Okay, as far as recognition of new presidents and chancellors in the audience today, I believe we have from UT Austin, and forgive me, I'm going to do my best, Vistasp Karbhati. It says UT Arlington. Not here? Well, if you are, welcome. And from Lamar University, Ken Evans. Ken, thank you for joining us today. And welcome. Are there any other presidents or chancellors in the audience that we may have missed? All right. Members, as you know, Governor Perry recently appointed Munir Lalani to the Texas Emerging Technology Fund, and Durga Agrawal, man, I tell you, after 3 years, I'm still having trouble with that, to the University of Houston Board of Regents. I want to take this time to thank them for their service to the coordinating board and wish them success in their new roles. As a result of their departure, as well as my and Bobby's new leadership roles as chair and vice chair of the board, I had to make some new committee appointments. I've appointed Bobby as chair of the Committee on Affordability, Accountability, and Planning, and Chris as chair of the Agency Operations Committee. As soon as we have our new board members appointed, I will reassess committee appointments. But in the meantime, I know that Bobby and Chris will do a fine job, and I want to thank them for stepping up and assuming these roles very quickly. Okay, just as a reminder, our annual Texas Higher Education Leadership Conference will be held in Austin on November 21st and 22nd at the Doubletree Hotel on North I-35. This year's theme will be Closing the Gaps by 2015 and Beyond. Thursday, November 21st, we'll begin with an orientation for new governing board members and other interested education leaders at 1 p.m. Thursday evening, we will have a reception and dinner for regents, trustees, and higher education leaders and other invited guests. This dinner will feature the leaders of the Joint Oversight Committee on Higher Education Governance, Excellence, and Transparency. If you have not yet registered, please go to our website and click on Information for Governing Board Members and then 2013 Leadership Conference. This year, our keynote speaker will be writer Paul Tuff. He will be here to discuss the research of his new book, How Children Succeed: Grit, Curiosity, and the Hidden Power of Character. Okay, the second item on the agenda is approval of the minutes of the July board meeting. Do I have a motion for approval of the minutes?
Moved. Second.
All right, if there's no further discussion, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Next is the consent calendar for the entire meeting. The consent calendar includes non-controversial items that we think can be approved without comment or discussion. This allows us to save time for other items that need more of our attention. However, I want to encourage members to be judicious in adding any items to the consent calendar and to be mindful of any items that may warrant discussion for the benefit of the stakeholders and the general public who are in the audience today or who are tuning in. Of course, any board member can request that an agenda item be removed from the consent calendar. That gives us the opportunity to discuss it fully later in the meeting. Does any board member want to remove Another item or items from the consent calendar?
Point of information, has anyone signed in to testify on any of the matters on the consent calendar?
Linda's saying no.
Okay. Move approval.
Any discussion? If none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. We will now move on to agenda item 4, our major policy discussion. House Bill 5 requires that the high school graduation requirements of the minimum recommended and distinguished achievement programs be replaced with the foundation program by the 2014-15 school year. This discussion will be focused on how we can work together across sectors of our education system to better serve our students. With us today, Gene Austin, President of Bazaar Voice, Barbara Cargill, Chair of the State Board of Education, Jan Fries, Executive Director, Texas Counseling Association, Judy Laredo, Assistant Commissioner for P16 Initiatives, Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, Paul Matney, President of Amarillo College, Edmund Oropez, Associate Superintendent for High Schools at AISD, and Denise Troth, President of Texas State University. If y'all could come on up, we would just love to have you. Yes, right over here.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to stay here so there's enough room
Okay.
for the panelists at the table.
Before we get started this morning, as our panel members come on up, Dr. Paredes would like to make a comment.
I'd just like to let the board members know the genesis of this discussion. As all of you know, House Bill 5 represents a significant departure from the way we did the high school curriculum before. And House Bill 5 has a lot of moving parts, and we need to make sure that all of the people that have something to do with this bill are aware of those moving parts, and that we recognize that we're all going to have to work together to make House Bill 5 achieve its intended results. House Bill 5 will require a much higher level of cooperation between public education and higher education, a greater level of cooperation among 3 agencies, the Texas Education Agency, the Coordinating Board, and the Texas Workforce Commission. There's been a lot of confusion about the provisions of House Bill 5, so we thought that the audience and higher education leadership around the state would be very interested in knowing exactly what the role of higher education is in implementing this bill successfully. So colleagues and I thought that one of the things that we should do is the first board meeting that we had after the commencement of this 2013 school year, 2013-2014 school year, should begin with a careful consideration and a thorough discussion of House Bill 5. So we're delighted to have these educational leaders and business leaders from across the state here with us this morning.
Thank you, Raymond. Chair Cargill, would you like to start the panel off?
I would. And I have 7 minutes, right?
You.
Where's my timekeeper? All right, well, I've got about 10 slides, so I'll go quickly, and if there are questions, I guess there's a Q&A time a little bit later. So, well, good morning. Thank you so much for having me here today. It has been such a pleasure working with Dr. Paredes, and I think that opening the lines of communication between the state board, since we oversee K through 12, is critical, especially now. So I look forward to keeping those lines of communication open. Sometimes I feel like that once I, as a board member, once we get those kids graduated and out the door, we kind of give them a kick and say goodbye, and I don't like that. I don't like goodbyes. So that's another reason that I have a special interest in staying in touch so that we can work together. And I know that you have great interest in preparing the kids through those 12 or 13 years that they're in school before they get to your doors and to the colleges and universities that we hope they choose to go to. So with that, I'll go through the slides a little bit quickly. And what I want to focus on is the board's role. And it is a very complicated bill, or at least it's complicated to me, because there are a lot of ins and outs and open doors, which I love. But we want to make it as clear as possible, and so that we can help counselors and other school administrators help the students. And we're going to be relying an awful lot on our counselors. I'm thankful for that, because I think maybe they might actually get to start counseling instead of just focusing on data and testing and all of that. So they play a very important role with our students. So the bill does give students much more flexibility. Under the current recommended graduation plan, students have 5.5 electives, whereas under the new foundation plan with endorsements, they will have 7. And that does depend on how the board votes for the speech requirement, because that would come out of the 7 electives. It would be a half credit. So then there would be 6.5, but that is still a lot more choices that our students have, and I do like that about the bill. So let me see if I can figure this out. So the graduation plans, there are 3 names to them. There's the foundation plan, which used to be called the minimum. It's the one with the 22 credits. And then there's a foundation with endorsements. And then there's a foundation with endorsements, distinguished level. Did you get that? Okay, so those are the names. And these will go into effect with next year's freshmen, sophomores, and juniors. They can pick one of those 3 plans, or they can stay on the plan that they started already. Okay, there we go. This is the timeline that the State Board of Education is on. You can see that we've already finished the top 3, the work session. We have had a public hearing. We've discussed the House Bill 5, and we now have the rule text, which I believe was posted last Friday. So you can take a peek at the direction that the board is going. Some of the things that are in rule text are there to get feedback from the public. So it is not a done deal yet, and we are still very much in the listening and collecting information mode. In November, we will have another public hearing on November 20th at 9:15 in the morning. That will be our first reading and filing authorization that week. Then we have an official public comment period in December, and then at our January board meeting will be the second reading and final adoption. So we need input. We need to hear from teachers and parents and administrators. We've been hearing from a lot of administrators. So I'm encouraging, teachers, parents, students, and people from the higher ed community, college professors, 4-year, 2-year, industry leaders who do certifications, et cetera. We need to hear from all of the stakeholders. Okay. This is the new Foundation High School plan, it is called. This is the plan that will require students to have the 22 credits. You can see students will be required to have 4 years of English, 3 of math, 3 of science, and 3 of social studies. Notice in red where it says TBD, to be determined by the board. And you can see that we do have a lot of decisions to make, but I'm going to skip ahead because I'm going to get into those decisions in a lot more detail. One major difference would be social studies that I will bring your attention to. Students are required to have the 3 years, and we have been asked to create a new course, which is a combined world history, world geography course for students to choose from. The rest of the foundation plan will look very similar to what we have now in the minimum plan. 1 credit of PE, 2 credits in languages other than English, 1 in fine arts, and 5 electives. And so remember, this is the new minimum. Therefore, it has the 22 credits. So I'm going to get to the next one, which is the foundation plan with endorsements. But I do want to point out one thing. If you notice under languages other than English, this is also a big change, I think, in the bill. Instead of taking 2 credits in the same language, like Spanish or German or whatever, students can substitute those credits for a computer language. There is no computer language course at the high school level in our state yet, but we are working on that. A little bit of concern there. I'll just go ahead and lay it out there. I do think our students need computer science, et cetera, et cetera. But my concern is that at the college level, that the 2 years of a foreign language are still required. And I think that is something that our counselors need to let our parents and teachers, let them be aware of. Because my sons, if they had not had their Spanish in high school, when all three of them got to college, it would have been like hitting a brick wall. And I have a son who is a fine arts major. One of my twin boys, senior in college, thank God. My twins are graduating in May, and we get a pay raise. But all three of them, and they're all very diverse in their majors. But even my son, who's a theater major in Los Angeles, had to have the foreign language. He also had to have college math and college science. There wasn't one school he applied to for a fine arts degree where he could have escaped college math or college science. I'll put it that way. So let me move on. So let's talk about the plan that we really want to encourage the vast majority of our students to do, and that would be the foundation plan with endorsements. So they still have to earn all of the credits for the foundation that I just showed you, the 22 credits, but they have to earn an extra credit in math, an extra credit in science, and 2 more elective credits, and that brings the total up to the 26. A couple of things that the board is looking at in math right now, and I added kind of some of my own notes on here, but in math, we are considering requiring Algebra 2 for all endorsements. We have that listed under the endorsements, and before everybody panics, it's to get feedback, and that is what we are doing. We're doing quite a bit of research. Staff is doing it. Board members is doing it to get feedback from experts in the field of math, and that's teachers, college professors, industry leaders telling us, what math they think that their students need, et cetera. So we're trying to do our due diligence in that subject. I added to this slide because staff has already been directed to start working on an applied Algebra 2 course. Also, Dr. Yuri Treisman at UT at the Dana Center, he and his staff are also working on more of an applied Algebra 2 course. I love that because I think that our students need to have those options. And it seemed that everywhere I went, at least from the university level, I kept hearing about having a THECB-based statistics class. Because right now we have AP statistics and then we have a CTE statistics course. But as far as just having a regular statistics class that would be an advanced course that is THECB-based, that would be something new. And so I think hopefully by creating different options, I'd like to put that on the table for our parents and teachers and superintendents to think about, possibly if students had a choice between Algebra 2 or an applied Algebra 2 or a statistics, that might be something that we consider for students to take before they graduate. Okay, let's see. So now I'm going to look at the endorsements very quickly just to go through them. There are 5 different endorsements that a student may choose between. You might have used the old-fashioned word when you were in college, like I did, and it was called a major, but these are called endorsements. The STEM endorsement, of course, would deal with environmental science, technology, engineering, and math. And the Commissioner of Education has recommended, and this is in the rule text, that students on the STEM endorsement take Algebra 2, chemistry, and physics. And as a whole, from stakeholders, we have heard very positive things about that. So I think there's much more agreement about the STEM endorsement than in some of the others. You can see that students can take 4 CTE courses. I won't go into all the details there on the slide. You can kind of take a peek at it. But I do love the options that the bill gives. There's a lot more focus on CTE courses. And currently, we have about 195 CTE courses in Texas, and some of them are so cool, like forensic science. I mean, who doesn't want to study, CSI or, advanced veterinary applications? And we still have the courses that have been there a long time, like cosmetology and auto mechanics and et cetera. But I tell you, even those courses are becoming more and more stringent because of the reliance on technology. And so starting next year, the board will oversee the revision of the CTE curriculum standards. So we'll be updating some of those classes that need it a little bit and tweaking them and bringing them up to speed. So that's the STEM endorsement. The next one is business and industry. And of course, those are courses related to architecture, information technology, construction, finance, accounting, welding, agricultural science. So that's another one of the endorsements. The next endorsement, public services, would be courses directly related to education and training, law enforcement, culinary arts, and hospitality. You might notice that I did not read off the words health science, because for the moment in the rule text, the board moved that to the STEM endorsement, thinking that perhaps the health sciences, nursing, etc., would be better placed under the STEM endorsement, and so we are gathering feedback about that. So that's where that is. And the last specific endorsement is called the Arts and Humanities, and this would be the courses related to political science and English literature, world languages, history, cultural studies, fine arts. Notice that one of the things that the board is considering is requiring English 4 and world history and world geography. I heard it voiced by one board member that since English 4 would not be required in the other endorsements, that's the only opportunity that students have to cover British literature. And so the thought was to make it a requirement in this endorsement, knowing that they will be getting extra courses within the endorsement, but just wanting them to pick up on that British literature. I understand from the English community, we have heard from the leadership there, which I'm very grateful for, and they are looking at developing some new courses that there might be a British lit course in and of itself, and then several other options that would qualify for the advanced credit, and I look forward to continuing to work with them. The same with the math community, science community, really trying to get those stakeholders involved in this whole process. One thing about the arts and humanities endorsement, if you notice at the very bottom, that under this endorsement, if a student has written permission from a parent or a person in a parental relation to the student, they could substitute their 4th science credit for a course in English language arts or social studies, languages other than English, or fine arts. I think I've already spoken as to my own son, who might have led a campaign to skip a 4th year of a rigorous science at our house. I'm glad that wasn't an option for him because, as I mentioned before, all of the colleges that he applied to study theater required college science. So I'm glad he had that. And then the final endorsement is the multidisciplinary studies. This is the endorsement that districts have to offer if they're only going to offer one endorsement to begin with, because we understand this will take time to be able to offer all of the endorsements, but if they are going to start with one, this has to be the one that they start with. And I like this endorsement because I didn't know till junior year in college what I wanted to do. And so I know there are many students who will be indecisive, or they'll change their mind, or et cetera. And so this endorsement kind of leaves the door open. Notice that some of the examples that we gave in rule text, the first example opens the door wide open. That is total flexibility right there, because students can take 4 advanced courses that prepare them to enter the workforce successfully or move on to post-secondary ed without remediation from within one endorsement area or among several endorsement areas. And they don't have to be in a coherent sequence, which I haven't addressed, but I will. Or we want to encourage districts if they want to continue with the 4x4. So that would be the second bullet point. So if they want to continue requiring their students to take the 4 years of English, science, math, and social studies, we encourage that. And so that the second bullet would cover that. And then also for districts who really want to make the multidisciplinary studies endorsement very meaningful, another option is to require 4 AP or IB courses from each of the foundation subjects. So this multidisciplinaries is a great endorsement for students that just don't quite know where they want to go, and then it also benefits districts as well to give them a lot of flexibility. A lot has been said, and there are a lot of questions about what it means to have a coherent sequence. That will really be decided at the district level. So counselors, you're going to have your hands full. There are some suggestions for coherent sequences, but basically what that requires under endorsement, it would just be courses that they take in a row that makes sense. So if they're wanting to go into a science, if they're going to be in the STEM endorsement and want to focus on science, then at least 4 of their courses have to go in a sequence that makes sense. And I have a whole list of sequences that would fit under that. I'll give you one example. For example, under the STEM endorsement, a student might first year take robotics and automation. I love our robotics course. It's really a great class. And then for their second year, they might take engineering design and presentation. And then after that, advanced engineering design. And then for their capstone course, engineering design and problem solving could be a course. Now, you can think of all the courses we have available in Texas. I said in CTE we have 195. That's not even counting all the other courses we have. So you can think of, well, you can't think, I can't, of all the different combinations. There's no way we could just have a list, because sure as shooting, a student's going to come out with another idea and it'll be a great one, right? So kind of depends on the student and their individual needs. The thing about the engineering design and problem solving course that could be that 4th course in a coherent sequence, it also counts as a science credit. So the student is fulfilling their coherent sequence, plus they're getting a science credit for one of their classes. So that opens up another credit for them to choose a class that interests them. I do want to emphasize that even if the State Board of Education does require Algebra 2 or an Applied Algebra 2 or statistics for every endorsement, that does not affect the electives. Students under the endorsement plan would still have 7 electives. And that's very confusing. They might, to get their coherent sequence, they might need to use up 2 of those electives to take extra science classes, or 3 of the electives. But that's what students are doing now anyway. But I did want to make it clear that because students with the endorsement have to have that extra math, so 4 years of math, that whether or not we require Algebra 2, whether or not we require chemistry and physics in the STEM endorsement, students would still have 7 electives, and I know that that's been very confusing. The board will be voting on whether to still require speech, so we are hearing from a lot of speech teachers, and if the board does choose to continue requiring speech, it would come from that elective credit from the 7, and so students would have 6.5 electives instead of 7. So that's something that we are weighing out. So, and then my last, or next to the last slide, is students. I have mentioned they can be on the endorsement plan and they can get that distinguished level of achievement. And you can see some of the requirements to get the distinguished level of achievement. And then they also may earn performance acknowledgments, which have to be recorded on their transcript as well as on their diploma. And there are several different ways to get these stamps or stickers. We're not quite sure how districts will choose to designate that on the transcript or the diploma. So I hope that this has helped give you just a little insight into the bill. And I guess we'll be taking questions, Q&A, just a little bit later. So with that, I will pass the baton down.
Thank you for those very enlightening and certainly informative points regarding HB 5. I would like to now speak to the point of where the coordinating board over the past years really fits into the work that now is part of that curriculum of HB 5 and certainly has been in place prior to. But over the last 10 years, Texas has really been focusing on ensuring that our students were career college ready by coming through a curriculum in the K-12 arena that brought them to that point. And so keeping that in mind, the 79th legislature with House Bill 1 advanced that with the college and career readiness curriculum. And this is where a marriage became very close between TEA and the coordinating board, because part of that bill required that vertical teams be established. And those vertical teams came together to develop the standards that would be embedded in the TEKS, Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills, which is a curriculum of the K-12 side of the house. And so coming together to develop the standards in English language arts, math, science, and social studies. And that work spanned from February to August of 2007. The draft was developed, the draft was put out for comment, and there was over 1,500 comments made regarding these standards. And based on those comments, the teams went back to the table and worked on the drafts and completed the standards and brought them forth to the coordinating board. And in December of that year of 2008, they were approved by the board, moved forward to the Texas Education Agency. They were endorsed by the state board and subsequently have been embedded in the curriculum. And so you don't actually, I can't go in there and say, well, look at this, look at this. I can tell you when we go through each of those standards where they are, but the teachers have been teaching to those TEAC standards since that embedment take place. And so where does that take us today, which I think is the most exciting point, because having served as a superintendent in a time when career technical education was very common, and looking at where we are with HB 5 now, what we are saying is that in developing these standards, we are fully aware and have always been aware that many students will not go on to college right out of high school, and they have to go to work. And I think the most important thing about HB 5 is that we want students to have skills to be able to acquire a job that gives them a livable wage. And in order to do that, they have to have skill levels that prior to when we came out of high school did not necessarily give you that. And now with this curriculum change and the embedding of the standards, we certainly can look to, especially with the endorsement areas, to the fact that students coming through this curriculum, knowing that the standards are in place, will be able to make choices as they leave high school. If they choose to go into the workforce immediately, or if they choose to go to pursue a certificate, an associate's at the community college where we know is a greater number of students are matriculating to, or if they choose to go to a four-year institution. And so I think that's an important point that needs to be made, that because these college and career readiness standards focus precisely on the strong foundation of knowledge and skills that a student must have in order to be able to make those choices, we now see that that's in place with HB 5 and the work that has been done by two agencies really over the last 6 years. And so I wanted to put that context into place as we go to the next points, because I think that adds to what Ms. Cargill has said about the endorsements and the change in the foundation program and the options that our students are going to have. I think that's a tremendous, tremendous plus to the population of students that we're educating. And now we would like to go on to the next person, and I think the next person on the agenda is Mr. Lopez, who is going to be speaking, and he is with a very large school system and has a very important job as his role as associate superintendent, especially at the secondary level. So I'm going to turn the podium over to him.
Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity of being here for the especially the Q&A session. And I appreciate Chairman Cargill's remarks that we were going through here. And there is a lot of confusion a little bit on our parents, and I'm hoping today will provide some clarity so we can better advise our families, particularly around the different graduation plans and the implications for college acceptance and college success. And that's really what our families really want to know. Particularly, our families, many of them were told that if they graduate under the foundations plan, just foundations, not foundations plus endorsements, that they would be able to be admitted to four-year universities and be successful in four-year universities. Now some of our families are hearing that that may or may not be the case, and so I'm hoping that the coordinating board here can provide us with some clarity so we can better inform our families. There's a lot of angst, especially with our 8th grade families going up to 9th grade. The timing of the implementation of House Bill 5, which we are very excited about the opportunities that House Bill 5 is going to provide us, but the timing and the rollout to implement it It has staffing implications, it has course selection implications, it has financial implications, and so we are concerned as far as the timing and how we can better implement it and better inform our families. So I'm hoping that this morning that it'll give us a chance to, through the Q&A, that it give us a little more direction, that we can better provide our families with the information that they so desperately want right now. So I appreciate the opportunity of being here this morning, and I'm hoping that we can have a good discussion and good Q&A. So thank you so much for inviting me here.
Our next presenter will be Dr. Trout from Texas State University.
Thank you, and thank you for this opportunity to talk about some very important changes that affect all of us. I think the Chairman did a wonderful job of kind of setting this up and giving us insights into what House Bill 5 contains. And I think there's a lot of positive outcomes here. Reducing the impact of high-stakes testing and all the time that was spent on that is a real benefit. And I've had the benefit of hearing teachers teachers in high school talk about the fact that they're excited at the opportunity to be creative about high school curriculum. And that's wonderful. Getting students involved early to figure out where they want to go with their lives, what their career opportunities are going to be, is important. And maybe the single best benefit of this is that parents are going to be forced to get involved. And that's a really, really good thing. But like anything, the devil tends to be in the details when you have this kind of massive change. And my hope here, not just as a president of a university, but as a citizen of Texas, is that I hope that the flexibility that's inherent in House Bill 5 is not going to be misunderstood by high school students and their parents as a license to reduce the rigor in the high school curriculum. So what I'd like to do here is talk for a minute about a study that I looked at that talks about rigor. And actually what I'm looking at here is that group of students who are not going to go to a 2-year school and are not going to go to a 4-year school. And my reason for starting here is that I truly believe all young people in Texas need to have a rigorous high school education that can take many facets, but it needs to be rigorous. What I'd like to tell you about is a study that was done a few years ago by ACT, the testing company. And the goal of this study was to answer the question, are readiness for college and readiness for work the same or different? And when they were defining workforce readiness, what they did is used a database that was developed for the Department of Labor, and it contained jobs that were classified by zones, and then they had worker characteristics by that zone. ACT studied the zone that required vocational training but not college. And specifically, these are the kind of professions that were in this zone: electricians, plumbers, construction workers. And what the study found is that when you look at reading and math skills, there's a 90% correlation between the kind of skill, the depth of skill that you need in reading and math, whether or not you're going into college or you're going into a workforce training program. There's a strong concordance there. Let me just read their words. The results of a new ACT study provide empirical evidence that, whether planning to enter college or workforce training programs after graduation, high school students need to be educated to a comparable level of readiness in reading and mathematics. Graduates need this level of readiness if they are to succeed in college-level courses without remediation, which is, I think, the goal of all of us, or to enter workforce training programs ready to learn job-specific skills. In other words, in reading, students don't necessarily have to read Shakespeare or understand Shakespeare. But what they do have to be able to do is read complicated material, like memos, or in the case of an electrician, a training manual. They have to be able to read complicated material. There can be flexibility across that material, but it has to be complicated, and they have to be able to understand it. And the same is true in math. What they're studying could be different. For example, one of the categories here in the Department of Labor zone was upholstery. Well, if you're going to go into that field, you need to understand geometry. You may not need some of the other math skills, but you have to have deep levels of math skills to succeed there. So in other words, I come back to what I said at the beginning. The underlying rigor needs to be the same. So to come back to higher education and to House Bill 5, we need to do this correctly, and we need to make sure that the messages that we're sending out to young people and their parents, as the gentleman just said, are simple and consistent and clear. Now, at Texas State University, we've had admission requirements for a long time that essentially haven't changed in about 15 years. They've worked very, very well for Texas State, and I don't see us making dramatic changes in our admission standards. Now, having said that, I will tell you that the admissions directors for four-year institutions are meeting, are drilling down on these various curricula, and are trying to figure out what kind of messages we need to be sending out there to students and their parents. Our admissions requirements, for example, take into account three things: score on a standardized test, high school class rank, and then the curriculum that the student was engaged in. If they have the right standardized test score and class rank, and they took the recommended or advanced curriculum, they're more or less automatically admitted. We are now going to be obviously using a different curriculum there for automatic admission. But I don't think that the courses embedded there are going to be dramatically different. One of the questions that our admissions people are asking themselves is, do we need to put a list of courses out there that says, if you want to come to Texas State University, these are the courses that you need to take? Although we obviously can't do that until the list of courses is out there and we really know what's been added to the high school curriculum. But we are concerned that because there's going to be so much flexibility and so much variety out there, that students could get confused and could not understand what pathway they need to take to get into Texas State University. So let me conclude by just reiterating three things. I was asked to make 3 points. One, I think we have to have rigor across the curriculum, because one of the things we know is that what you think you want to be in life in the 9th grade can change dramatically by the time you get to be about 25 years old. And I think most of us have gone through that, and we don't want to close off options for young people. As I said earlier, number two, I really believe that parents and students have to clearly know what it is they need to go down different pathways, and for us, what they need to get admitted to Texas State University. And thirdly, I think all of us have to recognize that the workplace of the future isn't going to be the workplace of the past, and it's probably not even going to be the workplace of the present. And I think one of the things that is going to change, is changing, in fact, is that the pathway to the middle class is going to get tougher and tougher. And staying in the middle class is going to get tougher and tougher. And I think we want our students to be prepared to do that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're right. It's rather difficult in 9th grade to know what you want to do the rest of your life, because we do change our minds quite frequently. Our next presenter will be Jan Fries, the Executive Director of the Texas Counseling Association, and we've had the opportunity to work very closely with Jan over the last years with our work of the College and Career Readiness Standards and the work with the counselors, so we thank you for being here.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm also really excited to be back at the coordinating board. I worked at the coordinating board for 7 years at a time when the coordinating board was extremely innovative in workplace standards. I did a job share, and we did public policy and government relations, so I'm friends with so many people. So it's really fun to be back and in this capacity. I want to do full disclosure. I'm not a professional counselor. I'm the executive director of the Professional Counseling Association, but I've been doing this job for 10 years. And as a result, I've become quite well educated by my membership and also through the partnerships that we've had with the coordinating board and also with the Texas Education Agency to really work together to recognize the important role that school counselors play in student success. And also, I'd really like to emphasize today, too, the importance of ensuring that all of our institutions of higher education provide access to well-qualified counselors, because I think the ultimate success of our students, House Bill 5 is the first step, but we have a huge challenge too. Once we have students getting out of high school, regardless of their goals and ambitions, the dropout rate in colleges and universities is abysmal, really. And we, of course, believe that if we could change some patterns that we're seeing at the institutions of higher education to ensure that those students in community colleges, especially, very, very important, so they're really clear on what their pathways are, that they have access to well-qualified professional counselors as opposed to baccalaureate level advisors who can help them do course selection, but that's not necessarily going to give them the diversity and vision that they need for those pathway changes that we just talked about, that Dr. Troth talked about regarding the difference between what you choose in ninth grade and what you choose when you're 25 or even 20 as the reality of life hits you. The Texas School Counseling Association, which is a division of TCA, fully endorsed House Bill 5 because they were really challenged by the lack of options for so many students. And they see House Bill 5 in a couple of ways. One, they think that the diversity of options is going to encourage more students to stay fully engaged. The other part, which is a little self-serving on their part, but nonetheless, I mean, as they were endorsing it, I kept telling them to be careful what you wished for, because they were so happy to see the reduction in the end-of-course exams and the number of tests that they were involved with. Of course, we believe that school counselors administering tests is a fatal waste of an incredible resource, because school counselors are required to have 2 years of credible teaching service before they can become a school counselor. So they are well equipped to go into the classroom to do classroom guidance. They have a master's, and many of them have a doctoral degree. So in many cases, they are the most well-educated personnel on a school campus. They're required to take certification exams, do continuing education, and they're very much regulated by the State Board for Educator Certification. Unfortunately, we think many principals and superintendents are not fully aware of the depth of training that their counselors have, because there's no requirement in our ed admin programs to do training on what a comprehensive developmental guidance and counseling program should look like. And a comprehensive developmental guidance and counseling program is set forth in Chapter 33. It is in the law, but it is a law that is not being fully implemented. When you allow school counselors to implement the 4 components, which is guidance, curriculum, responsive service, individual planning, and system support, you will see incredible success. I handed you, I hope you got this resource, which talks about counselors reinforcing excellence for students in Texas. This is a very rigorous award that is based on national standards that require a comprehensive implementation of this program on a campus. I shared this with you because we hear often that it is almost impossible to implement this program, that there aren't resources available to implement this program. And this stands in contradiction to those assumptions, because this is just an array of the schools exclusively in the 2012 and 2013 academic year who have actually gone through, and there are several really critical standards. They have to have principal support for balanced counseling program. The program has to tie to a campus improvement planning program. They have to have an advisory committee, which could be the campus improvement committee, and at every meeting the program needs to be reviewed. There's a focus on school climate and safety. It's comprehensive. The four components of the program are delivered throughout the system. It engages the community, and it mandates parental collaboration and requires parents to be involved in reviewing the materials that are used in the program. This is so critical because, bouncing around a little bit here, but we do have research that indicates that when you are effectively using school counselors in collaborative efforts, they are key to the successful implementation of systematic and programmatic change. So what we would say is that if you really want to have an effective implementation of House Bill 5, let school counselors do their jobs. If we could send a very strong message to our superintendents and our principals that although it is a challenge, we are not myopic here. We appreciate, I would say probably counselors almost more than anyone else on a campus or in a school district, appreciates the breadth of challenges that a school district faces, the limitation of resources that are available. But let's not be penny wise and pound foolish. Because if you fully engage your school counselors, you will not only help your students be more successful, but you will really help with the paradigm shift that is going to have to take place on a campus. The concerns, so that's my sales pitch here for our school counselors, and also to encourage you to really work. I would encourage you to work with the institutions of higher education, to encourage them to incorporate information on the curriculum called the Comprehensive Developmental Guidance and Counseling Program in all admin programs. Not a one-hour visit by a counselor educator to come in and give a quick overview, but actually a rigorous in-depth study so that they can fully implement this program and be successful. To quickly address the three issues, the three questions that we were asked. I think we're asked to identify three things to move forward together across educational sectors. I reached out to our counselors, and what they really asked was that you invest your resources effectively. When you let counselors implement the Comprehensive Developmental Guidance and Counseling Program, when students, superintendents, and principals allow school counselors to focus, you're going to see greater success. You're going to see more confidence. There's an interesting study that I reported on here that says that regardless of race, regardless of socioeconomic status, when students are exposed to people who believe they can do better, ultimately, they believe that they can do better. And school counselors are best equipped to do that because they have the breadth of training to deal with psychosocial, emotional, as well as academic resources. So invest effectively. Get those non-counseling duties away from school counselors. If you want to have them sitting in a cafeteria, make sure that they're sitting in a cafeteria not doing disciplinary work, but they are an access, they are a resource for students to come up and talk to them about what opportunities are. The counselors also asked that we please maybe, and I heard this, I think our gentleman from AISD said this too, let's maybe slow down a little bit. Let us plan deliberately. Let us try to anticipate unintended consequences. The spectrum of opportunity offered by House Bill 5 allows great flexibility. A huge concern that our school counselors have is that there be some uniform adoption of standards, or that when you have one school district, because we know that school districts, in order to offer the array that these endorsements provide, they're going to be developing local courses. They're going to be working in partnership with their institutions of higher education to do some dual courses. Let's make sure that when a student transfers from one school district and has taken a locally developed course, that the student is allowed to retain credit for that course when they move into the next district. That will help tremendously, and it will take time. It will allow the counselors to spend less time doing course analysis and more time doing integration of a student successfully onto a campus and continually helping them to continue quickly down their career educational path. And then again, please, let's take advantage of some of the model programs that are in place. There are some great bridge programs where you have school counselors working with the counselors over at the institutions of higher education, where you have opportunities so that when you have advisors and our advising corps going back to high schools, that same person is available to those students when they actually land in the university, that there's communication between the school counselors and the college counselors, and that it is not happenstance, that it is not accidental, and it is not only exclusively provided in those situations where those individual counselors are so passionate that they make it happen. It should be a systemic part of the programs that we offer. Thank you for this opportunity. TCA really looks forward. We have developed some training under the College Access Challenge Grant, and I want to tell you that training is still being taken. I'm preparing for my own board meetings that are going to happen in about a month, and I heard that in the first quarter, July through September, we had over 400 people complete the training that we developed in conjunction with the coordinating board and also under a grant that we received from the Texas Education Agency. So we look forward to that continued partnership. We have people from TEA presenting. Shelly Ramos presents at our conferences all the time. We have people presenting from the coordinating board at our conferences, and we look forward to that continued partnership. And Commissioner, I really want to commend you because I think that under your leadership, we have seen a huge commitment, and on behalf of not only the school counselors and the college counselors that I represent, but all of the students that they serve. Thank you so much for recognizing their important role.
Thank you, Jen. We really appreciate your comments. We're going to go next to Dr. Paul Matney, who is the president of Amarillo College, where there's some exciting things going on, especially in the CTE area. And so I'm going to turn the podium over to him. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, and staff for the opportunity to be among colleagues and visit about House Bill 7. From Amarillo College, I'll be speaking largely from the standpoint of what we're doing. We're quite frankly very excited about House Bill 5, and I think many community colleges are doing things similar to us. We think House Bill 5 gives us an opportunity to save some students. And we think the real advantage is flexibility. You know, a 4x4 program is good. It's very good for a number of students. But it's not so good for all students because one size simply does not fit all. Our superintendent up in Amarillo has said, and I believe this, House Bill 5 is going to save some students that might otherwise drop out as sophomores, as juniors, but it creates a different pathway, an alternative pathway to a high school diploma that leads to either employment, being job ready, or to transition into higher education. And that higher education could be a community college where they may seek additional career and technical training. It may be a traditional baccalaureate approach. But this really gives us an opportunity to partner. So if I were to identify three things, as Jan mentioned, and Barbara, we were asked, what three things do we need to do as we move forward? I'd like to identify three. There are probably 7 or 8. And then talk just a little bit about them. Number one, I think what we need to do as community colleges, and we're doing this at Amarillo College, is to develop more dual credit technical courses. That's not a new concept. We've been doing dual credit for 20 years. And it's good. It's a win-win. It's good for the state. It's good for the student. It's good for parents. It's good for universities, and it's good for community colleges. But I think we need to do more dual credit technical courses. So we're going to do that. The legislation requires collaboration. That's not a bad thing. We collaborate with our local school districts all the time. We have to in doing dual credit and other programs. But it requires that institutions of higher education collaborate with local school districts and with business and industry. Our premier partnership at Amarillo College is a partnership with Bell Helicopter. They have about 1,200 employees working at an assembly manufacturing plant, and they assemble the V-22 Osprey tilt-rotor aircraft that has performed so well for the Marines and the Navy in Iraq and Afghanistan. Those are good jobs that pay well. And over 300 of those 1,200 employees have a 2-semester, 23-credit-hour certificate in aerospace manufacturing. That does not guarantee them a job with Bell. It does guarantee them an interview with Bell. And they've been hiring about 60 to 65% of our graduates. And so while I remind people that at Amarillo College, 6 out of every 10 of our about 11,000 students aspire to a baccalaureate degree. That's what they want, like all of you did. But that means that 4 out of every 10 of our students come to us with absolutely no expectation or aspiration for a baccalaureate degree. What they want is to learn a skill so they can get a good-paying job that will support a family, they can feel good about themselves, and they can become a tax-paying citizen. And that's what some of these career and technical pathways can do for students that may not want to be doctors and lawyers and accountants and teachers and business people. So develop more dual credit technical programs, collaborate, as we always have, but collaborate even more with business and industry and with local school districts. And number 3, I think we really have to find ways to help our counselors, as Jan was talking about, really improve our pre-assessment, and preparation for students to take that new TSI assessment exam. It's a high-stakes exam. Too many times we send students in to take that 2.5, 3-hour or more exam, and they really don't understand the consequences of what happened. So we're providing an intense boot camp, and we've trained ISD faculty to teach this little 4-day boot camp where we really teach them some basic skills. It's amazing how well they can do if they're coached up a little bit. So we're excited about the opportunity. You know, if you look at the 4 endorsement areas that Barbara presented, they are all ripe for dual credit technical classes. Certainly STEM is. We're doing a lot of that already. But business and industry, I talked to you about Bell Helicopter. What Rod Schroeder, our superintendent, plans to do, and we've already had a planning meeting on this, is to sit down with Bell Helicopter officials and devise a dual credit class that can be offered by Amarillo College, can fit one of the endorsement areas, and provide some basic training. That could be in electrical assembly, that could be in blueprint reading, that could be in a number of areas, study of composites that they use at Bell Helicopter. Xcel Energy is our electric company. They are the largest purchaser of wind power in the nation. And we all know the wind farms that are going up all across the state, and I promise you they are going up on the high plains of Texas. It used to be all we could do was cuss the wind, and now then we see economic development. And so we're sitting down with Xcel Energy, and we have a utility power worker program to teach technicians. We have a renewable energy program, as many community colleges do, to teach wind technicians, distribution technicians. The electric companies need those utility power workers. We could develop a technical math course that would be helpful and could be offered in high school. That is for that local industry. So we're thinking about that. Law enforcement, community colleges produce a huge percentage of law enforcement officers. Many of us operate law enforcement academies. There could be an entry-level course, dual credit technical course, that could lead right into that program. And if you think about it, what House Bill 5 allows is for those traditional baccalaureate students to essentially continue what they're doing now and to go into those professional areas. But it allows us with the endorsement areas to provide some training so that the high school student, when they earn their diploma, they have a basic credential. And I think that's important to figure out what that is. Do we call it an endorsement? Do we call it a certificate? But then they have a couple of options. They can transition very nicely from high school into one of the 50 community college districts and can move into that associate in applied science degree or even a certificate degree that leads to employment in demand jobs. We know in Texas that we're missing the skills gap. Our business and industry in Texas cannot find qualified employees with skills that they need. This is a great opportunity for ISDs, community colleges, universities to really fill that skills gap. The other option would be for the student that's not headed to a community college, not headed to a university, but is headed to a job. They would have some basic credential, some basic skills that would allow them to take an entry-level position with a firm in career and technology. And as Dr. Trout said, when they become 25 years old and decide, you know, I think I can do some things that maybe I didn't think I could do at 18, then they could transition into one of those programs. So it provides tremendous flexibility and opportunity. We're thinking about, as I said, maybe a technical math course that would count in both areas. For our health, you know, we are one of the largest, if not the largest, producers of RNs in the state of Texas. At Amarillo College, we have 17 allied health programs, and we are not unlike many other community colleges. We educate and train respiratory therapists, dental hygienists, dental assistants, radiographers, occupational therapy assistants, radiation technicians. Those are good jobs. They pay very, very well. So why not offer some dual credit courses in high school in the health professions, in the health sciences? We're doing that in some areas like medical terminology and other areas. They could transition to become a CNA or a phlebotomist or a medical assistant or an EKG technician. Many opportunities. So we like the idea of providing multiple pathways to successful careers that are not just the traditional pathway that we've had for a long time. We're going to have to be very innovative in developing delivery of these courses. They could be face-to-face on the high school campus. We're doing some of that now. High school students could attend the campus, the college campus, and take some of those dual credit courses. It may be that on Saturdays in those areas where we really need skills labs, that they come to our campus on Saturday for labs. And then we're all into online education. We've got to be very innovative to provide these dual credit courses online. And my final comments would be in the area of pre-assessment and preparation. As I said, we've helped some ISD counselors, and they're very, very important. And our counselors are very important. But we've got to make sure that our high school students really know what is college ready. What does that really mean? They need to know this is a really high stakes assessment. They need to be coached up. They need to go into some intensive training. You know, we talk about accelerated training, Commissioner, and contextualized learning. What we've found out is we don't want to bury people in 16-week developmental courses. We know what happens with chronic developmental courses. So we're changing that in community colleges. And if you're in a beginning algebra course and you're weak in one particular area, why don't you spend 2 or 3 weeks on that, take the assessment test again, and pass right on in to the next course that you need, which might be college level. So we would like to assist high school counselors in doing that. They have even begun to teach some short-term remediation boot camps. We're glad to teach that on our campus. And then finally, I'll just end by saying we are really changing our developmental in-course, course-based developmental education. We want those students to be successful. Texas needs those students to be successful. We don't want them to get buried in the graveyard of developmental education. What we're all about, and what our community colleges are all about all over the state, is student success and completion. As you know, 10% of our funding will now be based on performance. Are we moving the needle on student success and completion? So we put that on ourselves. We have an obligation to you and an obligation to our taxpayers and our citizens to help our students succeed. So, more dual credit technical classes. We've got to figure out delivery systems for that. We have to collaborate with business and industry and local school districts, and we've got to do a better job of pre-assessment advising for that assessment test. Thank you for your attention.
Dr. Matney, thank you for your comments. You definitely have a vision. And certainly as we look at HB 5 and the challenges and tremendous opportunities that the community college system has, I know that many of those presidents, in fact all of them, want to be able to serve and collaborate and work closely with the public school system to offer some of the things that you have mentioned this morning. So thank you very much. And last but certainly not least, our next presenter, Gene Austin, president of Bizarre Voice. What's so exciting, I think, about HB5 is the fact that it hasn't just left the K-12 arena and higher ed together. It has brought business and industry to the table. And as I think all of you have said, students need to have the ability and skills, both computation-wise and communication-wise, for employers to be able to take them into their workplace and assimilate them so that they are productive. And so, Gene, thank you so much for being with us this morning.
Good morning. Thank you all for the opportunity to speak with you. And I also want to thank, as a business leader, the education community in general. You all we're frankly your customer. We're not here without the efforts of your systems, schools, educators, counselors, leaders to produce the students you do and give us the opportunity we have as businesses. I am the president of Bizarre Voice. We are an international e-commerce company based here in Austin, Texas. We have about 450 employees here in Central Texas, and then we have offices worldwide. If you are online and shopping and you are checking out goods online and you see ratings and reviews about those goods, chances are that's our software. So just to give you a quick synopsis of what we do, we help give real-time feedback on products and goods to the people that are making those products so that they can make them even better, and it also makes you a more informed shopper. I just want to say that I've been an executive here in Texas since 1999, all in the technology arena, and I've become an advocate in the education arena as an executive for business since about 2005. I have been excited about the changes in the Texas education community. It hasn't been without some pain and frustration as a business leader, but at the same time, I have a deep appreciation for what you all have to do to produce a quality of student and make them prepared for life. I will tell you that I speak to a lot of other leaders here in Texas, not just Central Texas, and we still continually have a deep challenge with talent. And it's not all about engineers. We need writers, we need creative people, we need speakers, we need all types of talent to make our companies run. So when you hear e-commerce from me, I'm not looking for just engineers and technicians. I'm looking for all skill sets. And we have a challenge. We have a real challenge in Texas. I know of leaders that are considering expanding, but not in Texas. I see more outsourcing now going on again. We've gone through a cyclical around outsourcing where it was big for a while, mostly around India. And then we realized that it was very hard to manage those types of relationships that are 12 hours away, and they had high turnover in those areas, so we would hire people over there, but then they would all leave. So came back to investing back into our arena, and now I see it going on again because the outsourcing community has aligned themselves more with our business practices and times. And that concerns me because I don't think that's not the direction I want to go as a leader in technology. And so let me bring that back to where I think my viewpoints to share with you as you look forward with HB5. One of the things I found in 2005 as I engaged in the Central Texas arena is that leadership in the school systems, at least in Central Texas, and I would say, having gotten to know a few people outside of Central Texas, was very focused on on graduation. Right, and this is the 2005 timeframe, and we've made tremendous strides, I believe, on moving that bar to college ready or career ready, and I think that's probably the biggest single step that I've seen in the 8 years I've been engaged in education. My concern with House Bill 5, frankly, is that we may have moved that needle back towards just the graduation rate. And there are a lot of good things to talk about HB5, but as a leader still looking for continued talent and people that are coming out of 2- and 4-year institutions, and I certainly realize that not everybody is set for that lifestyle. I definitely appreciate that. The concern I have as we try to increase the quality of life in Texas is that we've lowered the bar a little bit. And so that's my worry. I'm hopeful that I'm wrong. I'm hopeful that that's not going to bear out over the next several years, but certainly that's what we will find out. Now, let me give you two things, not three. So, two things. First thing is, one of the things that continually frustrates me as a business leader is the slowness of which information is made ready to school systems about past performance. I believe right now if AISD wanted to do student information and look at trends and skill sets and where students matriculated to, et cetera, all the information you want to know about a graduating class, the last class they could look at is 11. Okay? And that hasn't changed much since the last time I took it. So the information, the way to get information through our Texas education system and back in the hands of people that make decisions is incredibly slow. If I stood up in front of my board of directors and said, the last information I really have about what happened in our business is 6 quarters ago, I would not be right. I don't have to say a word. You all get it. Okay. So that is so important. And we have the capabilities. It's not that hard. Somehow it is. It's not. I don't know, to be honest with you, the last time I checked, and I would be honest, I haven't been dug into this issue for a while specifically, but the last time I checked, it was less a technology issue, right? We have the systems, we have the information. It was more a bureaucratic issue about, what information should we let out, who can see it, all those types of things. And all companies deal with that. I deal with who gets to look at pay. I get to deal with who gets to look at public performance of our business so that we don't disclose it to the world. I see that all the time. But these are issues that can be overcome if we unite together to do that. So that's one. Second, very much aligned with the gentleman from Amarillo, I don't believe education and business, this is jointly owned, do a good enough job of saying, I have demand for X, can you supply me Y? Right? And I think that's my biggest concern is when we look at the demand for what's going to happen in Austin as an example, we don't do as good a job, in my opinion, of having that go forward view 5 years from now, 10 years from now. Where do we see things going? Because I can tell you right now, as a member of technology, I know what's going on in the 5, 10, 15-person companies in Austin, Texas, and what those companies are going to be looking for 3, 5, 7 years from now, and helping us align education around that. I wish we had a way to do that. I'm absolutely willing to help with that kind of effort. But that would be my other ask, is that we figure out a way, maybe it's just a consortium, we meet and we talk about trends and we educate each other about the direction that business in Texas is going and how can education align to that. Because many of these courses could or could not be outstanding for us, right? Some of them, the flexibility is admirable, but I think we all would love to see our students prosper, do well, and move forward here in the state of Texas as much as possible. So thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Mr. Austin, thank you very much for being here. And members of the panel, we all know that your schedules are extremely tight. You're very busy people. You hold tremendously important jobs. And to be here to serve on this panel and to now allow the board and the commissioner to engage in dialogue with you really means a lot. So, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner, I'm going to turn it back over to you and take it from there.
Thank you. All right, members. Raymond, did you have anything else you wanted to comment on at this point?
No, I'll wait for board members to ask questions. I want to thank the panelists for a very informative and passionate discussion about these critical issues. I can tell you we're working on virtually everything you talked about. Mr. Austin, I can tell you that the commissioner, the Texas Workforce Commissioner, Andres Alcantara, the commissioner of TEA, Michael Williams, and I talk all the time about how we need to do a better job of informing students about where the jobs are and making sure that they can get the proper preparation. I was very excited about Paul's comments. I've admired what Amarillo College has been doing for some years, and I can tell you that we are working on developing more dual credit courses in CTE for high school. We've also had some conversations about creating more early college high schools that have a specific CTE focus to do precisely what you talked about, so that students can graduate from high school not only with a high school diploma, but with some kind of CT certificate that makes them immediately employable. We're going to work more closely with the counselors to make sure that they can provide students information about where the jobs are and what sort of training they need in order to prepare for those jobs. So thank you for your comments.
Dr. Tesher?
So I appreciate your comments, and it seems to me that the one thing that we're going to do new here may be a good thing, but the eye on rigor and continuously upgrading the standards and asking our students and our educators to perform at a higher level than they've performed in the past is going to be absolutely essential to fulfilling all of the concerns that are there. And as I look at young people coming out as the product of our secondary education system, I'm struck by the fact that those that are truly disabled are those that do not have fluency in the English language, the ability to read, write cursive, legible, and to speak it and to understand it. Chairman Cargill, why not speech? Why not? What is the argument against speech being included, or public speaking or speaking?
Well, I haven't heard too much of the argument against it. We're getting all the arguments for it because the speech teachers are coming to our board meetings. And I certainly think that they're our best speakers, always. So, as they should be, yeah. And I have actually voted for speech in the past. That's what gets confusing sometimes, is that it seems like every time since I've been on the board, and as graduation plans change, and then all of a sudden we're looking at whether or not to require speech again, and I keep thinking, has the research changed? I mean, aren't the same needs in existence for students to take speech that have always been there? I mean, I think it's a very critical and valuable thing. I think what I'm hearing some board members say is they would rather the local districts decide whether their students need it or not, to kind of go along with the spirit of the bill. But that certainly, it has been a requirement that the state board has required. It has not been, something legislative, and so that will be part of the discussion at our next two board meetings for sure.
I mean, the Commissioner and I have had this discussion in the past that one of the best ways to evaluate somebody's ability to be employed or to be successful in your university or community college environment is to give them a blank piece of paper and ask for a 2-page essay and make an argument.
Yeah. And
you can learn a lot about their command of the English language, their ability to write legibly, and to be thoughtful about that. And I'm not sure that's well enough contained within that. We had a former governor that used to talk about the soft bigotry of low expectations, and I am concerned that we lowered the expectations. I think there's a lot good in here. I love the fact that you're requiring economics. I mean, we have a nation of economic illiterates. They don't understand why things work the way they do. So, I mean, my hat's off to you. I think it will be very important, though, that we make your component fit with our component. Mm-hmm. And there was a number of points well made here, so that a student moves from one school district to another. Does that carry with them? Are they given presumptive ability to do that? Do they fit into it? Your son went out of state, but I want all of our in-state schools to be willing to say, to be able to come to our school, you have to have these components. So our students know that leaving the 8th grade, I've got to follow this pathway. And so, there's a lot to be said for what your comments were.
Other comments? Brad?
Several questions. First of all, whoever put this panel together, great job. One of the best panels we've ever had. You couldn't devise it any better. You've got exactly everyone who should be represented.
We'll give credit to Dr. Gardner and Mary Smith and our team in discussing who should be on the panel.
There you go. During the session, there was a lot of sausage-making controversy over the final outcome of HB 5, and now it is the law, and it's going to create a lot of change. And we shared Gene, some of the same worry that you had, but I think what's happened, rather than lowering the bar, is that this bill has created multiple heights of bars, and the trick is going to be guiding students to the right hurdle for the pathway that they're seeking. One question I've got out of about four is that it looks like, if I understood Chairman Cargill, your presentation, that right now only the STEM endorsement requires Algebra 2 out of the 5.
In the rule text, the way it is written right now, it's actually required in every endorsement.
Okay. Each of the 5.
Each of the 5. Mm-hmm.
That was after it became, I think, clear during the legislative session to our policymakers that this board and our commissioner and the higher education community in general were not insisting that the 4x4 was the only way to go, that we did need more flexibility. The debate really kind of narrowed down to this question of Algebra 2, and most of the presidents of our institutions I talked to said without Algebra 2 they wouldn't be able to admit students to their university. So I guess my question is, and I know there's still some rulemaking going on.
Right.
How are we going to address this hurdle issue of Algebra 2?
And I can speak for myself, so I'm not speaking for the board, because I'm sure there'd be a lot of different answers given. But that's what I mentioned earlier is, after the legislative session, I kept wondering, because I'm very familiar with the report that you referred to, the ACT College Readiness, and, the 4x4 has only been in place since 2006. And since I'm a science teacher, I taught high school biology, I'm very interested in data. And I kept thinking, what research, what is the new research just since 2006 that has turned things around as far as Algebra 2 being required or not? And so I started looking into it. I was a little bit surprised that the legislature didn't seem to have a research panel or committee that had looked into this issue. And so that's why I mentioned earlier that we as a board, we're trying to look into it, and I'd love input from any of you that are math people or at the community or state colleges to let us know, in industry. That's what I had talked about earlier. We need to hear from stakeholders. There are a couple of things that concern me, because I agree that college is not for every child, but I do think that the skills to go to college are for every child, and I think that's something that's very critical. I think that what this bill does, it does increase options, which is great. But unless we're very, very careful in the counseling and in what we encourage our students to take, they have all these options to choose from in high school, but are we limiting their options once they graduate if they don't have that core academic foundation that they need? And that bothers me. So back to your Algebra 2 question, I wanted to state those two things first. I started thinking, because we oversee the curriculum standards, the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills, and as many of you are probably aware, we are one of the few states that did not adopt the Common Core standards. A lot of states adopted them before they had been written, and I'm certainly glad that our state wanted to at least look at them first. So the science standards were just released a few months ago, so we can look at those now. History, those are being written, have not been released. And then, of course, there's the math and the English language arts. And so I started thinking, what does Common Core, these 45 states that do use Common Core, what math do they require? Well, sure enough, they go through Algebra 2. So then my question was, well, if states have adopted Common Core, do they have to teach the Algebra 2? And the answer that I have come to learn from making phone calls and talking to professors who were involved in Common Core, if they are part of one of the 2 testing consortiums, then they are certainly expected to have taught all of Common Core through Algebra 2. And there are actually right now 36 states, plus Washington, D.C. would make 37, that are part of the 2 testing consortiums. So then I think, okay, so here are all their students graduating, and they will have gone through Algebra 2, and now we have our students, and we've made it optional. We've made it an option. I want our students in Texas to be just as competitive. That's one of the reasons that Texas chose not to adopt Common Core, because we certainly, now when we go through TEKS revisions, and when we get back to English, which will be not next year, but the next, we will have the Common Core standards available for the English work panels as they revise our Texas curriculum standards, because ACT and SAT are going to in alignment with Common Core. So we've certainly got to make sure that the standards are covered, but then we can go beyond, or we can personalize. One of you mentioned cursive, right? Common Core does not require cursive. We in Texas want our students to learn cursive handwriting, which I'm thankful for. We've got to have someone around who can read our founding documents eventually, right? We've got to have cursive. Heavy emphasis on phonics. And we also greatly emphasize oil and gas. Common Core doesn't do that, but our curriculum standards do. So we, like you were saying about raising kids up to be future employees in Texas, we want to prepare them in certain things that are very unique to Texas, like the oil and gas industry. That bothers me. Where will our students, upon graduation from high school, be competitively compared to other students across the country? And I'm not even touching international, and the rigor that many other countries require when it comes to math and to the other courses as well. The TSI was mentioned, and the TSI also tests through intermediate algebra. So we don't want to send our students off not prepared to have all these different options available to them. We've been getting great results in Texas. Our NAEP scores have been up. Dr. Predis and I have talked about that. I like the NAEP test because it compares the student groups. It compares our African American students to African American students in other states, which I really, really like. And our minority students have been making great strides in math and science. I have the data here if you're interested later. Our ACT scores have been increasing. Participation in the SAT has been increasing, and even the scores in that. And here's an interesting fact. I love this. Among the SAT takers in Texas who answered a question about their parents' education, it was an optional question, but of the ones that did, 45% of those kids reported coming from families where the highest level of parental education was a high school diploma or no high school diploma. That is amazing to me. These kids are considering moving on, whether it's to community college or to college itself. And so there are many positive things happening in Texas, our participation in AP exams, et cetera. Since I'm a data person, it's hard for me to look at this data, which seem to be going in the right direction. Yes, we want it faster, but it takes time to turn a ship and to get it going in the right direction. And so those are just some of my concerns.
Thank you for sharing those.
Yeah.
So both thought and a question, I think, as a state implement HB 5 in order to have our cake and eat it too, which is flexibility with rigor. My questions would be, can we provide the same rigor and the training to the same standards through applied algebra 2? One of the valid arguments that industry made is that a lot of students get the concepts after they've been in an applied course, right, in a work environment or a project environment, and that makes sense to me. So I think in addition to looking at the rigor of an applied version of Algebra 2, we also need to ask ourselves, can we create more flexibility in the sequencing of how students take these math courses?
Right. And the Applied Algebra 2 course the agency is working on as we speak. I mentioned Dr. Yuri Treisman at UT. They are also working on another course. And then the statistics course that I had mentioned. So I'm not just stuck on Algebra 2 alone, but different options like that continue that critical thinking that those math skills bring about for our students.
Do any of the other panelists have comments on this issue?
No, we know that students are more successful when they do applied sciences and applied mathematics. It's heavy interest to the kids, and we see the value in it as far as the connection to industry, and we were excited about the opportunities that House Bill 5 will provide in there. And I, too, am like everybody else. I'd like to move quickly and fast and speed. And our math teachers are excited. Our parents are excited of what this could actually look like. So we're really excited about that opportunity. And we think that there's going to be high value. And I think there's going to be high interest in many of our families in moving in that direction.
I appreciate the real challenge that Algebra 2 presents to our SBOE and high schools. There might be a possibility to have an Algebra 2 course which could be geared, toward the technical math application. And I realize that, hey, learning objectives and standards are standards, and Algebra 2 is Algebra 2. I think many of us in the community college world are very, very impressed with Dr. Uri Treisman's Mathways project at the Dana Center at UT. In fact, as an organization, the Texas Association of Community Colleges has indeed endorsed it. Almost all of our colleges are either pilot schools in that project or capacity building schools or observation schools. It's been going for several years. And what that does, and it does create some controversy, I'm sure, with universities, but it no longer, pardon me, it no longer assumes that college algebra is the default math course in college. It talks about quantitative literacy, it talks about statistics, it talks about algebra leading to calculus and differential equations for engineers and technology people and so forth. But that's a marvelous program that I'm sure that you all have known about or had Dr. Treisman here, and I think it has some real resonance. I think it's resonating. I hope it is in Texas.
I think from the counselor's perspective, having the applied science and math courses will be very critical, because if we stay with the same program that we've had, we will not see the opportunity for those at-risk students that our counselors hoped we would be able to reach by creating this level of diversity. I think they very much agree that we have to have rigor, that they want to encourage those students to perform harder and to do more. But if we keep putting the same curriculum in front of the diverse learning styles and abilities of our students, then we're not really creating the diversity that we hoped for under House Bill 5. So while we think it's really important to keep them in rigorous math and rigorous science courses, the trick is going to be having practical applications. So these students who are coming from families who have not pursued higher education, who maybe have not even graduated from high school, so that they can really see why this is important. That is the biggest question that counselors have when they're trying to encourage the students to take the rigorous classes. Why is this so important to me? And when you can give them those practical applications, then you really address those issues. I also wanted to say that one of an important, again, I've got to advertise because I just think school counselors are so underutilized. But when they implement that comprehensive developmental guidance and counseling program, the standards that they impose for themselves are increasing. That we are seeing when we see more kids taking the PSAT, taking SAT, going into high honors courses and pre-AP and AP classes. It is because school counselors have been on that campus, and they're not just doing one piece of the program. They're doing the entire program. They're going in to do a classroom guidance so that they can let the majority of students know what opportunities are available to them. They're doing responsive services, so they're figuring out what's going on in that family that's keeping this kid. Is this kid eating breakfast to 5 siblings before they go to school? What can we do to help that? They're doing individual planning so that they can help the fine arts students determine you still have to have math and science to get into class. And they're putting together system support, bringing in the business and industry, bringing in the parents, working with the faculty, working with people like Uri Treisman to create those programs that will help your campuses be successful. And those are the measures that all of those programs that I listed on that handout to you, all of those programs are doing those sorts of initiatives.
Jan, specific to your area on this topic, the last time I read about the ratio of high school counselors, students to counselors, it was like 452 students to every one counselor. Is that ratio improved? Is it still about the same? Where does that stand?
Average ratios are so tricky because we have some campuses where you have 350 to 1. Some places you have 250 to 1, and then you have some schools where it's 950, 850, or 950. Again, ratio, if you are going to be successful in implementing House Bill 5, you are going to have to figure out a system in which school counselors have more time to do advising with their students. If you use the Comprehensive Developmental Counseling Program, the way that program works is you allocate a school counselor should sit down at the beginning of the year, have a plan of exactly what they're going to deliver in that curriculum. How much time are they going to spend in those areas? That amount of time changes whether you're in an elementary school, a middle school, or a high school. Therefore, your ratio needs would change whether you're in an elementary, a middle school, and a high school. So I would love to have, 300 to 1 would be really, I think our counselors would say that would be just absolutely fantastic. But what I'll also say is that I have seen incredible outcomes in schools where they have had 700 to 1, but they've effectively implemented this program so that teachers don't perceive having a counselor come into the classroom to do classroom guidance as a loss of instructional time. A teacher sees a counselor going into a classroom as an opportunity to strengthen the rigor of that class, to improve the emotional environment of that classroom, and to encourage those students to do more. So when you when you put the program into place, you have a lot of flexibility and you can have much greater success even when you're stretching those resources. The trick is convincing the principal that when a teacher is absent, that the counselor is not pulled from the counselor's curriculum to go be a substitute teacher in that classroom. That the counselor is honored and that the curriculum that the counselor delivers on that school is just as valid as and important as the curriculum that is delivered in our science and math and language and social studies courses.
In healthcare, we have a problem doing the same thing. We're not using people correctly with advanced degrees, and we call it the term is working at the top of your license. So you get the biggest bang for your buck if you actually use people for what they were trained for. And I see this all the time with counselors. A project comes up and nobody wants it, so it just gets dumped in the counselor's lap. And it's a kind of an administrative trash ground, and principals are really guilty of that. So I will say to you that personally, I think this is a huge, huge part of the success of this whole program will be by investing in counselors. And if we don't do that, the purpose of the bill will really be lost. And I appreciate you bringing this up because I personally have experienced that in several high schools. So,
if I could just follow up, one of the challenges that we have in not being a counselor, I say this to my counselors all the time. Because counselors, what I honestly think one of the reasons that counselors are pulled into other projects and are taking on those initiatives that no one else wants to and are saying yes and helping the principal when what they're doing is non-counseling duties is because they're counselors. And so what they want to do is work to create collaboration, to create support, to ease stress and tension in a situation. And I try to work with them all the time to say, you have to advocate for yourself in the work that you're doing or you will not be successful with your students. And if you keep responding to the crisis as opposed to sticking to the plan, then it will be very, very difficult for you to achieve your goals.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to make a quick comment about the Algebra 2 topic just a second. I think that from a business community standpoint, the one thing I would just like to say is the course and the curriculum inside of Algebra 2, which I had the luxury of taking, is not, to me, the most important part of that decision. What to me is really important is that we are solving in the business community today problems we never even thought of 10 years ago and 20 years ago. And courses like Algebra 2 make you think differently, make you stretch the way you think, and you look into the third dimensions and fourth dimensions of a problem. And whether it's Algebra 2 or a course I can't even name right now, those types of courses are very important because the business world, frankly, if you're starting your business or if you're joining my company, those problems are going to just continue to pop up, and our students need to be able to think that way. Whether they're great at Algebra 2 or not may not be the problem, but those types of science and math courses that make you think differently and outside the box a little bit and stretch you is what's important to me.
Dennis?
Dr. Medley, I'd like for you to briefly address 3 points that I've heard you talk about at one point or another. Number one, you made a comment to me a while back that Amarillo College focuses more on helping people overcome poverty, and that impressed me. When our Madam Chairman spoke just a moment ago about 45% of the students now taking the SAT are coming from families that the highest academic achievement of any family member has been high school or below. I would dare say that large percentages of those are coming from families that fall below the poverty guidelines. Number two, I'd like for you to talk and just briefly mention a little bit about what I've heard in our task force in community college education has heard over and over is about data-driven decisions, how our institutions have to be able to collect data within their own institutions, and their strategic plans need to be based on the data that they collect. And number three, I'd like you to comment real briefly, if you don't mind, about this new concept that I'm hearing our commissioner talking about, and I've heard you talk about it as well as a number of other community college presidents across the state this year, about how we can become more effective in our developmental education. And I like that concept of stackable credentials and how we can integrate kids that normally will not pass that entrance examination and go into college level course, but go into a certificate program, integrate that developmental education teacher into the classroom, allow them to overcome their developmental deficits, and also achieve a certificate. And I think some of the results and that I've seen is that somewhere around 70 to 80% of those students that are taking that pathway into developmental education, receiving certificates, something to the tune of about 80%, also come back to your institutions to receive a credential even higher than the one that they achieve. Would you care to comment briefly on those three?
I'll be glad to, Dr. Golden, and I'll try to be as brief as I can on that because I know there are other things. The first thing you mentioned is overcoming poverty. In Potter County, Amarillo sits across two counties, Potter and Randall. Randall is a very affluent county. Potter is a growing poor county. 60% of our students, of our credit students at Amarillo College, are Pell eligible. A vast majority receive some kind of financial assistance. We woke up one day when we were really beginning to focus more than ever before on student success at, what we've got to do to get more students not only sitting in our classrooms, but walking across that stage in a year earning a certificate or less, or 2 years or 3 years earning an associate degree and transferring to one of our senior universities or going to work in a job with real labor market value. We've got to figure out ways to help remove student barriers. And we find so many times our students drop out not because they're not academically prepared, but because life happens to them. They drop out for family reasons. And my colleagues behind me in community colleges, I think would agree that, mom gets sick. Now they have to take another job. They were taking 9 hours. They dropped to 6. More responsibility at home with a child, mom, they then drop. Okay? Their automobile needs to be fixed. They don't have $400 or $500 to do that. They've got to work a few more hours, and so life gets in the way. So we, a few years ago, started a real initiative to educate our staff, faculty, administrators, and also classified employees on poverty. What is it like to be a member of a family that has been mired in generational poverty? And that biology professor that says, well, they haven't shown up in 2 weeks, they don't care, they're totally irresponsible. They don't realize necessarily what's going on in their lives. And so we brought in Dr. Donna Beagle, who's a nationally known expert who actually grew up in just devastating generational poverty. And she's been on our campus 3 or 4 times and has reached out into the community. We think the more we can teach our employees about poverty, the more we can intervene and have some intervention and try to help them remove some of those barriers. Number 2, data-driven decisions. I've always been an anecdotal kind of guy. My undergraduate degree was in journalism, master's in speech, and then higher ed. So I'm not a STEM guy. I'm not a calculus guy. And I love a good story. I love the story about a young man with a family who drove a bread truck. And he got up at 3 o'clock in the morning and he started that bread run at 3:30 or 4. And he worked all day long. And at 3 o'clock or 4, he was through. He went home, ate dinner, saw his kids for a brief period of time, took a real quick nap, and then went to our campus 4 nights a week to study aerospace manufacturing. It was a 2-semester, 23-credit-hour program. He got interviewed by Bell Helicopter. He got hired. And so he went from driving a bread truck, and believe me, there's nothing wrong with that. It's good, honest, clean work. But he changed the complexion of his family. I like the story about a married couple with 3 kids that were living at the poverty level. That's about $23,400 a year for a family of 4. And their parents said, listen, you're not getting anywhere. If you want to go back to school, we'll help you with the kids. They did. Both of them earned an associate degree in nursing, walked across the stage, got that diploma. Within 6 weeks, they were sitting for the NCLEX, and now they're working for our 2 major hospitals, and they have a family income of $100,000. But as my good friend Rod Schroeder, our superintendent, would say, Paul, nice stories, but show me the data. We have had to become, much like what Barbara's talking about, a data-driven institution, and we've done that. So institutional research to us is really, really important. We're gathering more than ever before. It used to be we would gather it and put it on a shelf. Now we drill it down into the institution. We want department chairs, faculty members, all of our employees to see that data and try to figure out what are the implications, what can we do to change that data. Your last question dealt with what we're doing in developmental education. Like a lot of us in community colleges, we're doing accelerated and contextualized learning. When we go to our business men and women in our community and say, what do you want out of our graduates? It really hasn't changed in years. They want people who can think critically. They want people who can solve problems. They want interpersonal communication skills, writing, and verbal skills. And they want someone who'll show up on time, not only this week, but next week, and be there next month. And so what we're doing in developmental education is trying to not put them in the graveyard in a 16-week course, but test them, find out what is it that they need. Do they need to work on fractions? Do they need to work on decimal points? Do they need to work on quadratic equations? Well, let's have some intense coaching in that area, let them retest, and then move on. Not have it in 16 weeks. Let's have them writing about their work, contextualized learning. And let's lattice these, or ladder these credentials. Let's figure out a way to get a person in a program for 3 or 4 months. Give them a very, very basic credential. Get them in a welding job. Get them in a job somewhere. And then they can come back and they can take a few more courses and earn an additional credential. Maybe not leading to a baccalaureate degree, maybe not even leading to an associate degree, but provide this lattice work or ladder work of meaningful credentials that employers are looking for. And so accelerated learning and contextualized learning. We had a CNA program where we took the lowest of people. These were people without high school educations, without even GEDs. And we had the developmental education instructor and their content for CNA sitting in the same classroom. They were embedding basic skills in the CNA program. In our pilot study, 100% of them completed that little certified nursing assistant program, which is the lowest rung, I guess, in healthcare, and they all passed that exam, whatever they passed, and went to work. And these were low socioeconomic, very poorly prepared students. And so it's probably the most academic success that they had ever seen in their lives. And that took too long, but I hope that answered your question.
I was very impressed with those remarks that you had made, and I wanted to make sure that our board was able to hear some of them. Thank you.
Other?
Yes, thank you. First to the panel, thank you very much. Very informative, obviously, based on the length of time, very informative. I hear something all the time about House Bill 5, and that is if it's successful, and I hope what we will start saying is it's going to be successful because our children are way too valuable to say if it's successful. And certainly we all agree on that. Two words I heard today that I think are very important: collaboration and cooperation. And hopefully, and we're seeing this today, but the coordinating board, the Board of Education, certainly, and I believe something that Mr. Austin commented on, the Workforce Commission, which I know we're working hopefully together, and we are, those three entities have to do what I believe are unprecedented cooperation in order for this to be successful. And as I said, it must be successful. Mr. Austin, you made a comment, and I'm curious where it came from. You said, "I'm afraid we've lowered the bar." What makes you say that? Make that statement?
Well, I'm a believer in the 4x4 personally. I believe, and the reason I believe that is because I'm an aspirational type of person, and I want all of our children to aspire for the best education they can get. And I believe that the way we had set up college readiness over the last 5 or 6 years was on the right path for preparing our kids for the best possible variety of outcomes. And so that's my concern. Now I'm on board. I want HB5 to be successful, and as a business leader, I'm committed to helping in any way I can. But I worry that our college readiness is going to drop. That's my worry.
Okay, thank you. Share my perspective, which is there's a group of kids that are going to do great. They just are. But there's a group of kids that I think get left behind. And that's the group that I hope House Bill 5, through its flexibility, really gives kids an option to maybe have a chance that they didn't have, and I hope that that's maybe what we get. And I understand change is scary, but that's my hope.
Right. So if the group that's left behind gets picked up in House Bill 5, and the group that is there's a borderline group as well, though, that the 4x4 moved them into college readiness maybe when they weren't going to get there. If that group stays college ready, then I think we call it a success. But if the left behind group, and I'm not trying to downplay, I look at it from a business community standpoint. If we have fewer 4-year ready students, that will create a challenge, in my opinion, across some areas of the business community. Not all, and I firmly support trade and two-year institutions firmly. But that's my concern, is that the 4-year readiness drops.
And I share that. I hope that's not the case. I don't believe it will be. The other comment I heard, and I think it's a very valid comment, I want to add on to it, is the concern of rigor. And everybody talks about rigor, and I think, unfortunately, we leave something out of rigor, and that's relevance. And today, and I'm guessing a lot of you spend time with high school students, the high school learner today is not the high school learner of even 5 years ago. And they need relevance. They get their data differently. They do not learn through a teacher standing at the front of the room pumping information into them. And my hope is that what we'll do is look at more courses through the Board of Education that are applied, because applied reaches both ends of the spectrum. It gathers them, and it does that. And I hope we'll look at that in project-based learning environments. I love the idea of an applied mathematics. I think if we can go in that direction, we're heading much, much more relevant to kids, and we're certainly not reducing rigor. I've got a brilliant son who could learn anything in an hour and give it back to you. We would call that rigor, but for him to actually apply that is a different thing, and I think that's where we want to go. he can't brush his teeth, but he can do quadratic equations. So, and I think you guys can appreciate that. So I think it's about relevance, and we show students how to tie those together. And my hope in doing that is that group that I just discussed, to have a light bulb go off and for them to say, yeah, I can do this. One comment for the chair, I hope the State Board of Education will really look at adopting rules that are consistent with House Bill 5, and if we need to have the authors really in there, and I know they've been in there, that you will really make sure we're keeping with the spirit of House Bill 5, because I do think that's very, very important. So that's it, Mr. Chairman.
Any other comments? Yes, sir.
Gina, a comment and a question. First, two things that the coordinating board is championing and working on. One that I think you and all the panelists will find relevant is we've had a advisory council working on the next long-range plan for Texas higher education beyond closing the gaps, and with an overarching goal of 60% of Texans achieving some level of post-secondary attainment. But within that construct, the template for the four major goals is workforce relevance, workforce demand. Secondly, alignment with K-12. Thirdly, value, and fourth, excellence. And don't read any priority into the order. We had to come up with an acronym. That was really the driving force behind the order of those goals. But we at the HB 2036 Commission also has alignment of the whole P16 pipeline with workforce needs, and the collaboration between TEA, Coordinating Board, and the Texas Workforce Commission is an integral part to that. The other thing our foundation is championing and that we need to raise money to support is Advise Texas. And Jan, I don't know if you're familiar with Advise Texas, but it is a supplementary program of near-peer college advisors who go to the most at-risk high school campuses. Right now, we've got 120 of them, but the federal funding that has been matching that is about to disappear, and I'll let the commissioner can do another commercial on that if he hasn't already. The question I've got for you, Gene, is as an employer, and by the way, Gene chaired the Education Council for the Austin Chamber of Commerce, so he comes by this involvement in an honest, unpaid volunteer way. What states would you point to that you think are either doing better or maybe have some best practices for that K-12 post-secondary alignment and the workforce relevance that that we can look to, or for that matter, other countries?
I wish I could talk intelligently on that. I don't really have a sense of who's doing better. Let me just say that the one thing I admire about Texas, I've lived in I'm 54, and I think I've spent pretty much half my life here, even though I was born in St. Louis, and right now I'm in misery since we lost our game last night. But my point is that what I've admired about Texas is the passion that everybody puts in the education system. So I don't really have any other example to say this is something we ought to go look at and model. I just think the most important thing is that the collaboration between business and education, which could be stronger, but is much farther ahead than it was, continues. I think that we need to be a data-driven body, including all of us, and fix some of the latency that we have in getting data into the hands of people that want to make change. And so those are kind of back to my original theme. So I will take that, however, Fred, and go look and see if I can dig up things that, as I talk to my brother and sister in the business community, where do they think things are going well? Because I do travel quite a bit across the U.S., and I'll start asking that question.
Could I add to Mr. Austin's comment? Because one thing we've done here in Central Texas and we're real proud of is that we do have a very tight partnership with the Greater Austin Chamber of Commerce and our Central Texas ISDs. We meet monthly. The Chamber has been generous as providing us job data, skills data, and we in turn, we set college readiness goals that our Greater Austin Chamber really broadcasts to everybody and holds us accountable, all the AISDs in Central Texas. And we are moving the needle and increasing our college readiness. But we do believe that it's a model, a relationship that we have with industry, with our local ISDs, and also a tight partnership with our Austin Community College and the University of Texas and Texas State. So these are really partnerships that has helped inform practices, that has helped inform our families, and really, but I want to go back to Gene's point about data. We're still slow in receiving data from our higher ed institutions that can drive better our level of instruction. Why are our kids successful? We're not entirely sure, or why our kids are not performing well. We need that kind of information in a timely fashion so we can better drive our decisions at our K through 12 institutions.
Couldn't have said it better myself. That's the thing that just is mind-boggling to me, because I used this term when I was working at the Chamber and working with education institutions, that we are data rich and information poor. So there's data everywhere. There's data that a teacher in a math class could use to inform next year's class. There's data that the principals can use to say, how should we structure things differently as we head into this school year? But the data is old. And it takes forever to get it out, and we're not really walking the walk about improving education when this information is not in the hands of the people that can make change. That's my concern.
Raymond.
Well, I just wanted to say we have a rich store of data that we have online. We will be happy to meet with representatives from AISD and the group, the Central Texas group, and show you the data that we have. David's making signs at me.
Houston, El Paso, and the Valley, in which local districts and community colleges and universities sign agreements to add additional data. We've been suggesting to people in Austin for about 5 years that we would like to help them do that. So I can tell you right now, after this meeting, if you'd like to talk to us, we can enable that. I know ACC, when Steve Kinslow was there, was interested in doing it. I think you've at least been approached at some point. We can make that happen. And what that means is the data is available sooner to the school districts. And we store the extra data on our computers, but we partition it so we don't use it ourselves. We run data for everyone, but we don't use it for our own analyses because we think it's useful at the local level. So make that offer to you right now.
I was going to make the same point a little bit more gently than David did. Yeah.
Well, it's also the timing of the data, which is a critical issue that we've been trying to work on here at the coordinating board. And if you think our institutions have a 6-quarter lag, wait till you go for federal data, which is about a 16-quarter lag. I'll just briefly get out my favorite soapbox. This is an area where lean continuous improvement can drive out better, faster data. As Chairman Branch likes to say, people are thinking about admissions in August and September, and they're thinking about graduations in May, and when the data is 3 months later even, it's irrelevant and public awareness opportunity evaporates. So we're very aware of the need to drive timing on that.
Mr. Chairman, I got one quick question for the Commissioner. And you'll figure out where this came from, but talking yesterday to some of the community colleges, I think there's an opportunity that we were discussing related to endorsements and a chance for the coordinating board to really work on structured classes through high school that will transfer up to community colleges through dual credits and things. Where are we on that right now?
Well, we're certainly we've been talking about that. As I said, TEA is Commissioner Williams is very interested in expanding the number of dual credit CT courses that are available. We want to make sure that those courses are developed jointly, and I mean higher education, public education, and the workforce. we're working on that, and we will have some announcements as soon as we make progress on some of these issues. I know that there's a lot of interest in this, and there's already been some activity done at the local level, and HB5 has some provisions for cooperation between higher education institutions, higher education, and public education that I think will accelerate this process. So we're very much aware that we need to do more of it. We're certainly aware of the need for relevance, and we certainly know that relevance without rigor is not particularly useful. So we're working on all these aspects at the same time, simultaneously.
Other questions? Well, I just want to thank you all for being here, particularly Chair Cargill. I want you to know that the coordinating board is here, ready, willing, and able to help however we can. We want HB5 to be successful, and we want to help contribute towards that in any way that you might need us, and data, advice, assistance, whatever that might be. So thank you all very much for coming today. It's very informative. All right. The next item on the agenda is the recognition of excellence. The recognition of excellence is meant to showcase models of excellence within the education community and highlight the outstanding work of our faculty and administrators and institutional programs around our state. To give us an overview of the State Puente project, we have John Sasaloff and Maria Chavez Brummel of Catch the Next Incorporated, and Virginia Villarreal Desraeli, faculty member of the South Texas College and Texas Puente Project faculty member.
Mr. Chairman, if I could make a comment, I would like to welcome you. I'm finally getting to meet you in person. You know, the Division of P16 Initiatives, I guess probably 2.5 years ago, were connected with the Puente Project through the commissioner. And we started some dialogue, and it took us a while to finally make all of the connections. And I'm happy to say that we did implement a model in Texas for the first time, working along with them and down at South Texas College. And this has now blossomed, and we are continuing with that work and looking at now the trainer of trainer model so that it continues, especially with our efforts in developmental education around integrated reading and writing, Commissioner, which I know is certainly one of your major interests. And I want to thank Dr. Suzanne Morales-Vail, the director of ABE and DevEd, who has really spearheaded and worked very closely with the staff of Catch the Next as this has been implemented. So welcome, and it's really a pleasure to finally get to meet you in person.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Dr. Paredes and Dr. Loretto, it's a pleasure to be here, and it's nice to have some wonderful outcomes to present to you. We want to talk a little bit about what we're doing, and love to hear from you, because we're at an interesting moment where we have some outcomes that we think are quite exciting, and we're in a moment beginning to scale up. And so that's where we want to ask your help and your support and your questions. So I'll go through quickly a very short presentation about what we do. We are replicating a model that was developed in California over the past 30 years. Dr. Paredes is very familiar with it from his work at UCLA, called the Puente Project, developed under the auspices of the UC system, and it's targeting at-risk students both in the high school and the post-secondary level. We're looking in Catch the Next in scaling that up outside of California. The Puente Project is funded by the state legislature in California. They're very happy with it. They're not working in Texas. So Catch the Next is a nonprofit that's looking at this successful model and seeing it as a cost-effective, proven model for college success and college completion. So we're a nonprofit and working with a number of partner colleges in Texas to make this work. So we look particularly, our intervention particularly looks at risk students who are often first-time college attendees. Many of them are Hispanic. And this is an accelerated program for success and completion for this group. Let's see, see if I can get this going here. Oops. We just won a challenge by the Gates Foundation. Dr. Chavez is with me. She met with Bill Gates and his team in Washington. Please.
And they also ask people to be transform higher education in this. Organizations that
Back on. You'll see from the slide that there are some things that they signal and underline this notion of engaged student learning environments. And this is, we heard a lot about counseling as a key element just in the previous discussion. Counseling and mentoring. Mentors who are volunteers from the community are key elements to success in our program, and they create this engaged student learning environment. Contextualized teaching. This is integrating culture into the curriculum. And there's a collaborative approach. It's putting faculty and counselors and administrators together for success. These three elements are combined in a very, we believe, an innovative approach which perfectly integrates with this integrated reading and writing that Dr. Paredes has been the coordinating board has been so important in pushing forward in Texas. Because the Puente model looks at reading and writing as working together for success. And you'll see in this Venn diagram that they're combining with reading and writing are taught together. There is a student success class taught by a counselor, and the counseling and advising, these student support services are essential to success. The model takes something that is part of the Texas Success Curriculum, which is this INRW 0304, that's this reading and writing course, a DevEd course, and it accelerates movement of students that have been placed in this in community colleges in a single year. And you'll hear briefly, pretty soon, Allegra will talk about how it actually works on the ground. The English professor teaches the DevEd course, reading and writing, and then stays with those students. They test into credit-bearing courses in the spring semester and stays with them and continues to teach them in 1301. So that in a single year, they transition from the DevEd through and into the credit-bearing courses. And this, as many of us know, there's a huge number of these first-time college attenders, and so many of them drop out. They get frustrated, something, or sometimes life happens, and this has proven to be a very successful way of capturing them, quickly moving them. Accelerating learning is what we talk about through the DevEd INRW 0304 into the credit-bearing course. So the other pieces of this are the counseling and the mentors who work with them. The mentoring is very important because these volunteered mentors who are drawn from the community, often they also have stories that are similar. People that are first-time or were first-time college attendees and made it into the workforce successfully. So they have a message to send to these young, hopeful, I would say, strivers, to say, it worked for me, it can work for you. And sometimes that message is important, especially in a family environment that may be that their parents did not go to college, so they don't get that message. from the family members. And it also is very important. The mentor talks about giving back to the community. It's about getting a job. It's about income for your family, but it's also understanding that as they move forward and they move into society, it's an opportunity to give back to the community. And it's this caring adults, it's people who care for you, and there's a lot of social science research that shows that those people who are out there who say, I care about your success, make a difference in the young people's decisions to move forward. Counseling, and we heard something about counseling just now in this discussion about SB 5. This is continuous counseling through graduation or transfer. And this is so key because it's not just saying, here's some courses you got to take. It's like, no, you are our project. We're working together until you succeed. And they also do something, a lot of these kids have never been on the campus of a four-year university, ever. So taking a field trip and having that orientation as part of the first year is a key element in setting their sights higher. Some of them will end up with AA degrees, some of them certificate degrees, but we want to give that option to these young people to say, look at what you can do and here's some opportunities. This is a very cost-effective intervention, and this is one of the things that both Dr. Loretto and Dr. Paredes looked at, is that we don't bring in new staff and new faculty. We do professional development for the faculty, the staff, and the counselors at our partner institutions. And so we invest in them in the existing infrastructure and assets of the community colleges. And they are, we've gotten tremendous support and feedback from our partner institutions. There's 3 courses residential courses over the course of a year. It's intensive. You can ask Allegra what it feels like. It can make your head explode sometimes. But it works. And they meet with practitioners to see how to solve problems which have to do with absenteeism, people that get discouraged. There are all kinds of problem-solving exercises. Dr. Chavez and her team provide coaching and support. And this is looking at this as an integrated solution where that we don't want to just throw these people who have gotten their training into a situation which is often challenging, working with these kids that are at-risk students. So we coach and support them during their year and during the years that go forward. Outcomes, and this is based on the academic year 2012-2013. And if you look at the chart here, blue is the students before the intervention of Catch the Next Puente, and red indicates those that participated in our program. And you can see it's a little hard to read, but you can see that in this is the DevEd program, the INRW 0304, and you can see there's significant improvements in each of our partner institutions in being able to test out and move through this course. The success rates are all 80%. Am I right, Dr. Chavez? 80% or higher, which is huge. A lot of kids just get lost in DevEd. Now, I'll just move quickly through these. But the other element is, do kids just stop? Do they just say, well, I did that, I'm not going further? Persistence is so key to completion. And this shows that all of our partner colleges are above 80%, and some of them amazing. Alamo, Palo Alto College is like 97% persistence. These kids want to keep going. They believe in this and they want to keep going. And then here is the results in our 4-credit course. It's taught in the spring. Remember, these are kids who were just a semester ago in DevEd, right? They've then moved into the 4-credit course. So you can see the result of the intervention in each case is over 80% success and completion in the 4-credit course. So it's putting them on the path to success and completion in their community college and moving into many options going forward. We, our partner institutions last year were El Paso, South Texas College, and Alamo, Palo Alto College. And there's a lot of numbers in here, but the sort of bottom line is we keep supporting these students through every part of the intervention so that there's many opportunities that students get lost. And one of the things that this shows in the way that we work here is that we started with a little over 207 and 150 finished. That's a 72% success rate. And if you look at the overall numbers for community college, that's a huge number. That really shows success. So we're at a moment where we're going to scale. We're going to scale in. We've added a STEM college, which is Lee College near Houston, as our 4th partner. We're open to other partners. Some of those in the room today are listening online. Come talk to us. We're interested in working and talking with your institutions. And we're also talking to the leaders of our institutions that are partner colleges about scaling up inside their institutions. Dr. Serrata is a member of our board. Mike Flores is a member of our board, Palo Alto College president. These are people who believe in the model, and we're looking carefully at how to expand the number of students that are exposed to it. I want to really underline, and we heard this from Dr. Loretto, the great support we got from Dr. Paredes and the coordinating board to get started. They heard us, knew something about Puente, but we had to present to them a plan that made this a Texas program. This is not a California program. It's based on a California model, but it's aligned with the Texas curriculum, and it is embraced by the partner colleges here in Texas. We want to get colleges, but I want to ask for questions from you. But I first want to give you the opportunity to hear from Allegra, who can talk a little bit about the experience of being a teacher who's taken the courses and works with these students.
Right, thank you very much. Well, first of all, I wanted to thank you for allowing me to speak a little bit about this program. I teach in Rio Grande City, Texas, and I worked all day yesterday and I drove all night so I could come here to tell you about how effective and how powerful this program is in the lives of my students and in my classroom. It's transformed my classroom, it's transformed my campus, my institution. These students are Puente students, we call them our Puentistas. They are the leaders on my campus now. I got to teach them all year last year, and now it's almost more fun to see them now in their second year of college because most of them returned, and they are in student government, and they are getting ready to transfer, and we're going over degree plans, and they're passionate about their education, and they know what they want in life. I think that the wonderful thing about Puente is there's a lot of moving parts to Puente, but everything works together. It all just complements everything: the counseling, the integrated reading and writing, the mentorship program, the professional development, because I've grown a lot. My students have grown a lot in this program, but so have I as a professional, and so I'm very, very grateful that I was asked to be part of it. I guess I just wanted to sort of to tell you a little bit about, in particular, and I was asked to share a story about a particular student. I like anecdotes too. I think that we have really great data to back up this program, of course, but for me as a teacher, the reason I came here is because I see that it works. And I'm really passionate about it because there's not a lot of stuff that works sometimes with these students. In my community, I live in Starr County, and my campus is in Starr County, and 48% of our high school students will not graduate. 70% of the students at my institution are the first in their families ever to attend college. Let me give you a typical story. I have a student named Juan Perez. You can actually see him in the PowerPoint. He's wearing the red shirt on the far. These are my students from last year on the far left. And he was pretty typical of a lot of the students that I get in this program and at my college generally. Wasn't very good in high school, probably barely graduated. He didn't like academics, he didn't like school, so he went off to work in Chicago for a couple of years. He came back to the Rio Grande Valley, and he decided that education really was for him, that he wanted to be in college. And so he took his THEA, I think, or his Accuplacer, and he tested in the lowest level of remedials for reading, for writing, and for math. But he was determined, and so we met with him over the summer as we were recruiting for the program, and I said, "Are you sure you want this?" And he said, "I want to be part of Puente. I want to be in this. I said, "Okay," because he was lower than a lot of the students that we had seen. I said, "Well, you're going to have to take a remedial course in order to be at the level you need to be even for Puente," because he was at the lowest level. I said, "Over the summer, you need to take this, I think it was Writing 100. Now, I didn't know this. I learned it later on. But during the course of the summer, the teacher had said to him, the teacher that he took over the summer, "You're not college material, Juan. I'm sorry. But looking at your writing, I don't think you're going to be successful. I think you should withdraw from my class because college is really just not for you." And luckily, Juan has a really great indomitable spirit. And he said, "But I'm going to be part of the Puente program, so I need to stay in your class. So I'm not going to withdraw, and I am going to pass your class." And he did. Now, I didn't know that this had taken place, but I'm happy that we'd met with him before and we'd intervened before he had that experience, because for a lot of my students, that would have been it. As John says, there's a lot of places where they get kind of off track and and we don't see them again. And so, in any case, he came into my class. I taught him for an entire year. In fact, he's my student in 1302 now. Also, he just keeps following me. And he struggled. He had a lot of issues with his reading and his writing. He was probably, of my 26 students, he was probably 25th. Wasn't the worst, but he was there. But we worked together. He wanted to be better, so we would look over every essay together. Okay, what can we do? What can we do? And it took a while, but he got there. And it's actually really gratifying that he's my student in 1302 now, because he can write well. I'm reading his papers, and I don't know what happened for him over the course of, maybe it took a while to marinate, but he's one of the top students that I have in my 1302 class in the general college population. So, you know, what's amazing, and I guess what I'm most proud about, is that a couple of weeks ago he came to me and he said, Miss, I have this letter, and he was teasing me, right? He says, Miss, you know, I have problems with my English, so I don't know if I can read this letter. You might have to help me. And so I looked at it, and it was an acceptance letter to TAMU. He's going to be our first Puente student to graduate. He's on the fast track to his bachelor's degree. We thought we would have to wait at least 2 years to see a graduate, but in a year and a half, in December, he's going to finish at SDC, and he's on his way. So, you know, it is an anecdote, but each of the students that you see even in that picture there, they all have a story like that. They all come into college, they have a lot of baggage, some of it academic, some of it not. And what's amazing about Puente, what I love about it, is that it deals with all of it. It deals with the student as a whole student. Yes, you have reading deficiencies and writing deficiencies, maybe, if we want to call them that. But there's a lot of other stuff going in your life, too. You know, we touched upon, I think it was great that we had the discussion beforehand about poverty and about rigor and about, because this is an accelerated, rigorous class. And he knew that, and that's why we met over his essays every time, because I said, Juan, we're not lowering standards here. You're going to have to meet these, but I'll help you any way that I can. And what I love about it is that, you know, I'm speaking here not just for my students, but for my colleagues as well. You don't get instructors who are really excited about initiatives very much because they think of it as extra work. And it is extra work, but it's so, so worth it. I feel honored to be here, and I feel honored to be part of this program. I'm very proud to say that I'm a coordinator of Puente in addition to being a faculty member for the English department.
Allegra is also part of the Texas Success Initiative in the planning phase.
Yes, I was. Sorry. Yes, I was on the standard setting committee for the TSI for the essay portion of the new assessment.
So, just a brief presentation. Questions or reactions to our program?
What's the total number of students that you touch with your program?
Where do you want to?
Well, we have about 196 currently enrolled. However, we also have the students that graduated the previous year. So we're talking about 400 plus that we work with. We try to keep them engaged after the first year through our Puente Club, and they actually help coordinate activities for the other students, such as we have a family night, at which time we introduce the mentors to the students and their families. And we also have the field trips and other activities that they may wish to have on their own. I will say that Allegra's team actually decided to have a car show last spring. And these were primarily young ladies that didn't even have cars, but they felt that if they had a car show, they were going to have all these men wanting to come over and show off their cars. And I believe they made about almost $1,000 from that event.
Yeah, the car show was not my idea. And I said, are you sure that this is going to make money? Oh, yes, we can make money with a car show, miss. And I was like, all right, okay, so let's do it.
But the program really helps to keep the young people engaged beyond their developmental ed work and into their gateway courses. And, you know, we're very excited, and we're training them to think of themselves as peer mentors to the other young people, the same way as we do with the faculty and the new faculty members that we brought into the mix.
I want to say when we first were planning this with our partner colleges, we suggested to them that we begin with a cohort of 1,000 students at each college. Because we believe, we know the problem is big, and it can't be solved with boutique programs. It needs to be, the response needs to be robust. And our colleges said, we need to figure out how this works. There's a lot of moving parts here. You're asking us to change how the flow from Dev Ed to English. You're asking us to have our counselors work closely. We have to figure out how to schedule some of these things. So we can't. It's just not possible for us to start. And part of this, and I think we've heard this in the discussion of SB5. This is about institutional change. You have to build to the point that the institution owns the problem and owns the solution. And you can't just say, no, here's the number you're going to hit. So we are in discussions with them and with other colleges about scale, and we understand that scale is a joint discussion, but we're excited about it, and the fact that our college presidents are so excited. They went with us to a presentation we were honored to present at the American Association of Community Colleges this spring in San Francisco, and two of our college presidents traveled out to make a presentation with us, and it shows they're committed to the program. But how we get to scale is what we're talking about now. Other questions?
Questions? Brad?
Just kind of a follow-up on that, and thank you for addressing scale. And when we see a best practice or a pilot program, that's always the question we have, and you're tackling that. But from the graph I saw, this is, you're going to go from about 500 students this year to 2,500 in 2 years, which is great percentage growth, but the need is more like 100, 200,000 or up.
I'd like to address that. There's what's happening on the ground right now, but we believe that there's an opportunity now. There's a robust a program that everyone in this room has heard about from Dr. Treisman and the Dana Center at UT that's dealing with mathways, and moving young people quickly through Dev Ed into a choice of math.
Probably the ESPN
right. But we've actually had several planning discussions that have involved Dr. Vail of the coordinating board, Uri Treisman of the Dana Center. And the idea is, that, as Dr. Treisman said, there's shared DNA of Mathways and Puente. And the vision we have is that young people would, in all 50 community colleges across Texas, would have the opportunity to simultaneously go through Mathways and a Puente-style program that's baked into the instructional curriculum of each community college. Just as Mathways is worked for years with developmental partners and institutional partners, and now is getting to full rollout. We see this as an opportunity because it works. Because, as all of you know, 10% of the funding now is about success for these post-secondary institutions. So there's a carrot there to show that success is part of it.
So let me get this straight. You're saying incentives work?
That's the argument we make. We're hoping that's the case. There's the discussion at the base with our colleges, but there's also this larger discussion about how this fits into the strategies for community colleges for completion and success.
Actually, Dr. Treisman would like to see our program become standard core practice for the state of Texas. And he has indicated that we are what he's missing in his model, and that we're actually tested and proven, whereas he's still trying to test out his theory with Mathways. I will also say that with the STEM college that we've acquired as one of our partners, one of the things that they noted is that they have many of the kids that are already very advanced in mathematics and science, but when it comes right down to writing a paper, they have difficulty doing so. So what they're starting to look at is embedding some of the Puente methodology with regards to the reading and the writing within some of those courses. So that's going to be part of the plan. It seems that we're moving in a Puente pathway direction that could yield to a variety of programs of study. But obviously at the core of it all is your literacy level in your reading and writing. So we definitely feel good about what we have, the framework that we have. And we really just need an opportunity to have other people hear about it, and to hopefully find the resources to continue to do it and to take it to scale, which is really the issue.
Thank you. Raymond?
I was involved with the Puente program from the very beginning when it was conceived and developed in the University of California. And I'm pleased that Puente is interested in expanding in Texas. This program, first of all, is cost efficient because it combines reading and writing into a single program course. It's comprehensive. It involves instruction as well as mentoring and counseling and so forth. This program was developed. I'm pleased that it's expanded beyond its original intention. It was designed to help Latino students, Hispanic students succeed in college, which is, of course, the origin of the name of the program. This program, I think, would be of great interest to community college leaders around the state because of the performance-based funding issue, and this is a program that has a long record of success. I hope that community colleges across the state will take a close look at it. I feel very strongly that we've underestimated, and Uri Treisman is a good friend of mine, and I've known him for 30 years. I think that we've underestimated. There's been so much emphasis on math remediation and math competency. We've underestimated the fundamental importance of being able to read and write well in English. And I think this program addresses that area very, very effectively. I applaud what you're trying to do, and as I said, I hope that community colleges around the state will take a close look at this program.
If I could add, Commissioner, in our work, even though in the infancy when we connected with the project as part of our work in developmental education, with the integration of reading and writing, we are now doing that state effort of training all of the community college faculties around this, and in a year from now, they're going to be implementing this. So I think it's very timely that community college began to look at what we started out with as a seed project that has really blossomed to the honor that now we have seen that you've received and been recognized not only for your national work but the work here in Texas. So.
And as all of you members of the board will see, and the representatives of institutions in the room will see in our next presentation, every investment you make in student success pays off big time. So.
And this sort of program, it would not be possible without faculty that truly care about the success of their students. And so know that we, really appreciate your work, and you are changing lives, which is
Thank you. Thank you for driving all night to be here. We appreciate it.
You're amazingly lucid for having driven all night.
Yes. I've barely had any coffee either.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Freddy, Dr. Loretto, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you for being here. Keep up the good work, too.
Thank you. Sure will.
Okay, next is agenda item 6. The commissioner invited Jorge Clor de Alva, president of Nexus Research and Policy Institute, to give a presentation on the recent report he co-authored with Mark Schneider, vice president of American Institutes for Research, regarding the value of an associate's degree.
While he's making his way up here, let me say a few more words of introduction. I've known Jorge for many years. He's a very distinguished scholar. He was a professor for a number of years at Princeton, and he had the first endowed chair in ethnic studies at the University of California at Berkeley. He was one of the founders and was a president of the University of Phoenix for a number of years, and now he's the president of this research institute that does extraordinary work. And I think that talking about being data-driven, I think this study shows some remarkable or reveals some remarkable facts about the investments that we make in community colleges and how they pay off and what the particular drivers of student success are. So it's a pleasure to welcome a distinguished scholar and higher education leader and good friend, Jorge Clor de Alva.
Welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner Raymond Paredes. It's a pleasure to be here, and I know I was asked to speak for about 30 minutes, but I'll need some way to know when I'm getting close to the end. So, Commissioner, if you can pull my ear when it's time to stop.
A Carol Burnett or...
Very good. Thank you very much. Let me begin quickly by pointing out what this study is about and why it's significant. This is the first study at a national level and at the institutional level to focus on both student and taxpayer return on investment from an associate's degree from public two-year institutions. The data limitations that I think are important to keep in mind is that knowing that students attend community colleges for a variety of non-degree reasons. In the absence of student unit record data of the sort that, in fact, you do have here in Texas, but most states don't have, in the absence of that kind of data that is linked to wage data, it's impossible at this point to cover the return on investment on transfers, on stop-outs, on swirlers, certificate seekers, and other non-associates completers. So we focused on what could be done, and that is a national comparison, institution by institution, on what the return is to the students and to the taxpayers on their investment in receiving an associate's degree. Our data sources, as we have used in the past in another similar study that we completed 2 years ago for bachelor's degrees, is primarily from the National Center for Education Statistics and from PayScale. And PayScale data, just to share with all of you, is the single most important source that we have at the national level of what students actually make having graduated. They are a major survey group that works for employers and employees in order to assist employees and employers to know how much they're making and whether they're making, whether they are at scale in the money that they're making, etc. And so the long and the short of it is that it's the best data set that we have available to us, and we contracted with them in order to provide us with the data necessary. Unfortunately, for the same reasons that I just mentioned, it's not possible for us to cover, for instance, CTE certificates. We know that you have many courses here in Texas with regards to that, with regards to CTE. We still don't have a workable database for certificate research. It's important to know, however, that about 15 million students have certificates. Folks in the workforce have certificates. In 2012, about 600,000 certificates were awarded in the United States, and about 11% of the labor force, according to the U.S. Census, has as their highest post-secondary award a certificate. And of course, about as many community college students get certificates as in fact get associate's degrees. So we know it's very important. Fortunately, the U.S. Census beginning in 2016 under the Survey of Income and Program Participation will for the first time begin asking for certificate information, and for the first time we will have national data on that. And we of course we will be working with them to develop a study of this sort focused on certificates. The focus of our study then, the focal point, is the labor market successes of graduates with associate's degree as their highest credential, and the associated benefits or losses to taxpayers resulting from those degrees. And we focused in particular on two questions. Do graduates who earn an associate's degree and participate in the labor force experience returns, such as higher wages, that justify the costs incurred by them in obtaining the degree? And secondly, do taxpayers perceive a positive return on their investment in the production of associate's degrees? We measured, in looking at our database, so that you are familiar with who it is we studied 579 community colleges. That's nearly 60% of all community colleges, but more importantly, it represents 80% of the full-time equivalent enrollment in community colleges. So we pretty much covered everyone. We made a comparison of our data versus the data from the schools that we needed to exclude, and in fact there were very few differences. The single most important difference is that the schools that we studied tended to be almost twice the size of the schools that were left out of the study, and the reason for that, it's because we needed to have real data on what students actually made, and in order to do that, the study required about 200, on an average of 279 data points, that is, responses from alumni of exactly what they were making, and that gave us a 90% what we call a confidence interval around the earnings of the students, so that we were able to cover the students in I think in a very precise manner. Now, please do keep in mind that we limited our study, therefore, to direct, measurable economic costs and benefits that could be compared across institutions. So this is not a study of the effect, for instance, the economic effect of the student, the community colleges within their respective local community. That's a study that couldn't possibly be done. The kind of economic modeling for that is way beyond our ability to do, or indeed anyone's ability to do at this point. So what did we measure? We measured from the graduate's perspective the costs, all the costs associated with earning their degree, and then the benefits, that is the current salaries and the earnings over the graduate's work life, and we used the census 40-year period as a work life. From the taxpayer's perspective, we measure the state, the local, the federal grants, contracts, and appropriations to each of these schools, the capital appropriations, the grants to the students, and then, of course, the benefits derived from the higher salaries, the tax benefits derived from the higher salaries on the earnings of these students. So to share with you some of the key findings, and I'll summarize those quickly. I know this is a little difficult to read from the back, so if you don't mind, I'll detail it. I'll read some of this. First of all, probably something that all of you would expect is that on average, students with associate's degrees earn more income than high school graduates, and they are less likely to be unemployed, even in harsh economic times. That, I think, is to be expected. Even after factoring in the cost that graduates incur when earning the degree, the associate's degree is a good investment. And this really speaks to the issue of, is it worthwhile to make the expenditure in community colleges that we're making across the nation? That degree is a very good investment. What we found is that it has a median net gain over a 40-year work-life period, net gain over what they would have gotten if they did not have a degree, and over what the typical high school graduate would have earned, a net gain of $260,000, $259,000, and that can be interpreted as a return on investment of 4%. And given the economic situation that the United States finds itself in at this point, a 4% return is a very handsome return. So there is no question that it is worthwhile to get a degree and to stay in school and earn that degree. California and Texas have the most institutions with graduates in the top 20% of wage earners, and I'm going to detail that a little bit more. I couldn't help but reproduce the cover in Time magazine. So in keeping with Texas as America's future, and I speak here as a lifelong Californian with deep affection for Texas, learned in part through Commissioner Paredes. How well did Texas community colleges do in this study? And here, let me begin by, and I'm sorry that this is not completely visible for everyone here, but I will summarize it this way. Out of the 579 community colleges studied, Texas represented approximately about 8% of all of those schools. Yet in the highest quintile, they represented about 14%. The average net lifetime financial return to Texans with an AA degree here it's a generalized associate's degree, was about $560,000. And the average net lifetime return for the full quintile, the top quintile, was about $530,000. So it's a handsome premium over the national median. In the second highest quintile, they represented 12% of the schools, and there you had about $384,000 return on your investment in an associate's degree versus the national average of $374. In the third quintile, as you would expect it, since Texas has done very well in what their graduates receive, it now drops to 8% of that quintile, and it's slightly above the national average still. And by the two lowest quintiles, in fact, between the two lowest quintiles, Texas schools only represented about 3% and 2% of those groups. And so the long and the short of it is that Texas did phenomenally well in the findings. Keeping in mind, as you all know, the difficulty that retention and the dropouts and all of that represent in the state. So once again, what we're focused on here is for those who succeeded in getting through to an associate's degree. So continuing in the key findings, and this one I'm sure will surprise some of you, 30 states, Texas included, have at least one community college whose graduates, whose median net financial return over the 40-year work life fell below the lifetime earnings of high school students in the state. And the reason for that, I'm going to explain that in a little bit, but it primarily has to do with statistical issues, and it has to do with rural versus urban institutions. And another key finding is as graduates earn more, of course, they pay more in taxes, and they pay on an average median of about $67,000 return to the taxpayers from their earnings, but the variability stretches from $27,000 to $100,000. I think one of the key points that I would like to share with the board and with all those present here is the tremendous variability. So that there's great variability between institutions, great variability even within programs within those institutions. Another important finding is that females made up close to 60% of all community college students across the United States. And of those, community colleges with larger concentrations of females have graduates with lower starting wages. Indeed, for every percentage of females in the community college, there's a drop that I will show in a little bit, but I believe it's up in the around the $80 or so. And that is due to the fact that the women in community colleges tend to cluster around the lowest paying majors. And that then drives the median down significantly. a summary of results here that give you a sense of the variance that we're speaking about. As I mentioned previously, the net median in the United States was 259,000. In the 20th percentile, it was only 86,000. But in the 80th percentile, that is in the top percentile, it was about close to $440,000. So again, there's huge variability here. And of course, an important point to raise here is that the taxpayer return on investment, the median taxpayer return on investment for their investment in the creation of associate's degrees was in fact negative. And the reason for that has primarily to do with two factors. One is that it depends on the state's tax policies to a great extent. And secondly, that the dropout rate in the community colleges is so high that the cost to generate one associate's degree is extremely high. And that leads to that negative median return to the taxpayers across the board. And that we see whether we're in the lowest percentile or in the highest percentile of quintile, it is on the negative side or close to the negative side. Other explanations for the variation in starting salary, as I mentioned, is location. And what we discovered is that if you look at the states, the 10 states that have the highest, that have the lowest average starting mid-career salaries among community college graduates, they tend to be states that are overwhelmingly rural. And we know that there are numerous factors that are causing the rural-urban disparity, including the preponderance of low-paying, low-skilled jobs in rural areas. And I might add that as you compare rural and urban areas, as the as the graduate continues in their career, that gap gets wider and wider and wider. So that, in fact, in many states, urban high school graduates will be end up making more money than rural associates graduates. And again, of course, this depends on the major, it depends on a lot of things, but this is what we found for at least 30 states. And if we look at the location of the lowest performing schools in the nation, you can see in this particular slide that the preponderance of those schools happen to be in rural areas. And indeed, needless to say, I've gotten some nasty calls from some college presidents who are very concerned that we claimed that their students made $400,000 and some less than high school graduates. But again, it's that urban disparity, and secondly, taking into consideration the statistical fact that we were taking into consideration graduates from all across the state, whether urban or rural. So in part, it's an artifact also of the statistics. Now, explaining that variation. So how do we come to get to that variation? What is and is not under the control of the individual colleges that may affect this? Well, in order to look at that, we looked at campus characteristics and studied them point by point. As the slide that is presently up shows, many of the factors that affect the ROI for graduates from a specific campus are not in the control of the campus. However, some very important factors determining ROI are very likely to be affected by administrative decisions made or avoided in individual campuses and districts, including, for instance, student-faculty ratio, retention and graduation rates, and very importantly, the programmatic mix a college offers that permits higher percentages of completions in the better-paying career paths. And of course, Also important is the degree to which campuses collaborate with neighboring employers to ensure the best match between programs offered and the needs of the local economy. And I would say that probably nothing is more important than the relationship between the community college and its local employers with regards to these statistics. Consequently, the benefits of any particular associate's degree may vary as much or more among graduates within a community college than across them with regards to the major that they pick, and I'm going to discuss that in a second. If we now look at institutional characteristics that are associated with high ROI for these graduates, as this table shows, the relationship between specific campus characteristics and the probability that a college is going to be high performing is what we're showing here. And this may not be as relevant in Texas, but across the nation, certainly in California, what we found is that the percent of Asian descent students in the school is one of the highest determinants. As we can see in this slide, the percent of associate's degrees in the health-related fields across the nation is the second most important factor in determining whether the school is in the highest ROI category. And interestingly enough, but I'm not going to say much about it because I have no way to know how this came about, but the percentage of Hispanics and indeed the percentage of blacks also affects that ROI, and it affects it positively. That is a higher return. I think that, let me just speculate here for a second. I think it has to do with urban versus rural more than anything else with regards to this particular statistic. But what I do want to point out is the following, that the percentage of females, the percentage of Pell student eligible students, the graduation rates, and very importantly, student-faculty ratios affect the ROI negatively in a very strong manner. And I want to highlight that student-faculty ratios was one of the most significant factors that we found in terms of characteristics affecting negatively the ROI for students. If we look now from a taxpayer perspective, I'll only spend a second on this, but again, the percent of Asian descent and the graduation rate are the single most important factors in terms of the return to taxpayers. And that, of course, is totally understandable because of the high dropout rate. So if you lower the dropout rate, obviously the return to the taxpayer is significant. And lowering that dropout rate, therefore, is an extremely important consideration in how the institution is run. So the percentage of graduates, I want to mention once again, the percentage of graduates in health professions also affects the likelihood of a school being in the top quintile, and that leads me to the mismatch between credentials earned and employment opportunities, and I want to bring your attention to the following: the major in which a college student concentrates greatly affects their post-graduation earnings. And so how you as a board, how any state level policy makers focus on the question of the balance of majors and the counseling around majors is absolutely critical. I'll give you an example. For every one percentage increase in a community college of graduates in health-related degrees, it increases their starting salary by $154. That's a very significant increase when you take all things into consideration. That's very significant. In Tennessee, in Texas, in Virginia, in Colorado, community college graduates who major in health-related fields often have the highest earnings compared with graduates of any other major. And in terms of resources, there's a very strong positive relationship between appropriations. Indeed, as you might expect, the single most important one is for the increase by $1,000 in appropriations per FTE improves the ROI very significantly. And then, of course, the inverse is a negative relationship of student-faculty ratios, as I mentioned previously. So some of the conclusions that we reached, and I should say more recommendations. I noted here as conclusions, but really recommendations. First of all, the results from all of our study is that the implementation of performance funding funding formulas is absolutely critical. That is, to reward access, to go beyond rewarding access, to rewarding progression, to rewarding retention, to rewarding completion. And I congratulate the Texas State Legislature having done so in the last session, and increasing and indeed implementing a 10% of funding to be based on performance. It's absolutely critical, as some of you may or may not know, but now there are about 35, 36 states that have already moved in that direction or are moving in that direction. I am very, very sorry to report California is not one of them. But that's critical. The second thing is the distribution of resources, not just increasing resources, but the distribution of resources in a smart manner to promote student success, including increasing the structure, the funding necessary in order to lower student-faculty ratios. We have shown there's very little data beyond the kind of work that we have been doing to show statistically that it is the case that you're going to improve the ROI if you decrease the student-faculty ratio. But I think smart distribution of money is probably just as important as additional finances. The next recommendation, of course, is to emphasize technical training and close ties between schools and their local labor market. It seems like an obvious thing, but in fact, it doesn't really take place in most community colleges. This is something that has to be incented. It's something that has to be worked on extensively, and it's difficult not to argue that it is probably the single most important thing that a community college needs to do, and that is to be a community college, to actually serve the employers in their local environment. And then the last recommendation we're making, and again here I'm singing to the choir because Texas probably has the best data collection mechanisms we have in the United States, but it is to assure that better data are gathered at the student and program level. And I know that sounds kind of trivial, but I'll summarize it once again this way. If we don't have student unit record data associated with wage data, we cannot know how well our community colleges are doing other than what we've done here, that is for graduates. But we don't know what's the improvement, what's the return on investment for transfers, what's the return on investment for credentials, what's the return on investment for a student who comes in and takes just a couple of courses, 1 or 2 courses, let's say in accounting or welding or whatever might be the case, that improves significantly their respective earning capacity. We don't know that. It is, as some folks here have said earlier today, it is anecdotal, and we all have plenty of anecdotes, but anecdotes are not data. And in order to have real data to create policy, you have to have the kind of data that, in fact, the state of Texas is in fact putting together, and I applaud you for that. I now would like to just very quickly, and if I knew how much time I have.
close to the end.
I'm close to the end. Then I'm not going to spend too much time on this, but I have a number of slides, 4 slides that compare our data state by state at the state level. So I've been discussing at the institutional level. I believe that this will be posted someplace, and so you can look at the following figures, which will give you a state by state comparison. On taxpayer income gains, on the individual, on student income gains, and of course the ROI for both. And let me then conclude with the following. With the right data in hand, as I mentioned, and with a growing experience identifying what works in individual community colleges and at the state policy level, we believe, that is my co-author and myself, that strong 2-year college leaders, and I've heard from some today, working with state and local businesses and with state policymakers, can and will become more central players in the economic development of the state and certainly of the nation. With that, community colleges will stop being identified as the weak link in the higher education continuum, and their students will no longer be identified as higher education's second-class citizens, as is unfortunately the case today. Furthermore, with such informed and decisive leadership in place, community colleges can continue to progress on fulfilling their mission of providing inexpensive and successful paths to middle-class jobs. And with that, I close, and I thank you very much.
Doctor, thank you very much. Questions? I think we're all kind of blown away with your data.
I have one. On your last graphic here on the Texas taxpayer annualized ROI, the last map.
The last map. Oops,
right.
Sorry.
So I'm trying to understand the big difference there. Is it because Texas doesn't have a state income tax?
That is the single most important thing.
Okay, that's what I was saying.
The single most important thing, well, two things. One is that it does not have a state income tax, so consequently the return is going to be significantly.
Well, so did you measure the purchasing power of a student who then has a greater income? Because really the basis of Texas is a sales tax. So that would be the key for if you have someone who's now making $80,000 a year, their purchasing power is so much more. So that's where we would tax them. That would feed back into the education system or just the tax base. So was that something that you measured in?
No, we didn't measure it. Okay. We measured the sales tax for the schools. In looking at what their costs are, and but we didn't measure ad valorem taxes either. And let me explain why. Okay. Because we had to measure things that were able to be measured across all institutions across the U.S. And so things that were, let's say, particular to Texas. And only to Texas or to a few states, such as ad valorem taxes that are extremely important for community colleges, we didn't take that into consideration, no. And that's why we try to explain very clearly what it was we were measuring.
Very good.
But the previous map did indicate, however, the income gains for the taxpayer.
That's right. That's right. And they're certainly there. I don't mean by any stretch of the imagination to say I think it's a good idea to have a state income tax. As a matter of fact, I would love to move to Texas. If only I could move to Texas.
You can't.
Well, you can.
What's stopping?
No, I can't. Then who's going to pay the taxes in California?
Unfortunately, Raymond's grandchildren.
One of the things that you continually repeated was the problem with retention in community colleges. And so that to me appears to be a target area that we really should zero in on, because if we could just keep kids in the programs and retain them and then get them to complete, then consequently we're going to get even a better educated workforce, which will give a pathway into middle-class American values.
I totally
do you have any
agree.
suggestions as to how we could do that? I mean, how do we address this retention problem?
Thank you very much for asking that. First, I think that given the details, such as I know, of what your legislature passed, with regards to the if you want incentive compensation in terms of performance funding, I think it was done in the right spots. That is, it's going to address performance in those places that most need to be addressed in order to increase the retention rates. So that's definitely in the right direction. You did it at 10%. The state of Tennessee has done it at 100%. So 100% of all their, I believe, $800 million that they spent in higher education all go to performance funding for the schools. And I might add, Tennessee is primarily a rural state, and it has one of the highest return on investment for students in their associate's degree. And so, I mean, it's a wonderful step in the right direction, and that could certainly be increased. In my opinion, and Tennessee is a wonderful example of the effect of that. That's essentially my
well, we certainly believe and agree with you on that point.
Raymond, I feel really strongly that this report is very valuable, and a lot of communities around the state need to hear it. Is there a way we could do it as a press release from us to communities, just so that my hometown of Weatherford needs to understand the value of what that community college is doing? But I know we're going to post it on our website, and we have a lot of community college people here, but I wonder if there's a way for us to tout it as a press release of importance, and a lot of news media people might pick it up.
Well, we'll be happy to talk to Jorge about how to do that. It's his study, so we have to get their permission to do it.
It's all yours.
Thank you.
I thought this study was remarkable because it details so clearly what the return on investment can be, and it also indicates what some of the key factors are and that we can focus on. I was struck. I'd never seen. I told Jorge this. I'd never seen laid out quite so clearly the significance of student-faculty ratio.
But as a taxpayer, see, this is really valuable to me.
Yes, absolutely.
And a lot of taxpayers get very cynical about, just paying that money, and what am I getting for it? And I just think this is exactly what the taxpayer wants to see. I may not have a child in a community college right now, but personally, I know I was a military wife, and I had to have a community college because as I was being bounced around, and I actually ended up in California, and I appreciated that community college there. It's an important part of our fabric, so we just really we can't emphasize this enough because you're right. People still, even our state legislature, still have what I call maybe a mind barrier on the importance of community colleges in our state. But you've made a great point about all over the nation how we've got to invest in this, and so I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Doctor, thank you very much. Whether it's lost on legislature or not, the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board knows and understands the significance of community colleges and technical institutes and how much they contribute to our state. So thank you very much for this information, and we really appreciate your presentation.
We urge community college leaders in the audience to download this presentation, show it to your members in the legislature. It's a third-party source. It's unbiased, and it's done by one of the best research institutes in the country.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, the next item on the agenda is matters relating to the Committee on Affordability, Accountability, and Planning, chaired today by Dr. David Tesher. Doctor, the floor is yours.
Yes, the meeting overview, we'll have items E and G 2 through 13 have already been voted on as part of the consent calendar. The next item will be public testimony, and we did not have anyone sign in. Was there any other public testimony? No, there's not. So we'll go on to item 7C, which is the update on the implementation of the key legislation passed by the 83rd Texas Legislature regular session. And Linda Battles, our Associate Commissioner, Chief of Staff, will provide a brief update on the implementation of this legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon. And I'm sorry I'm before you in lunch, so I'm going to try and go very, very quickly. If I could use one word to summarize the workload of the staff over the last 5 months, it would be busy. And if I could use 3, it would be busy, busy, busy. So you notice all of the rules that are in your agenda books for this meeting today, and it just shows how busy we have been and how busy you have been reviewing all these materials and approving as we're going along. If you want to drill down into any of the implementation of these bills, of some of the significant bills that I'm going to summarize, I want to ask my colleagues to join me at the table in case there's some specific questions that I can't answer. Even though I'm reporting on behalf of everybody, I'm not intimately involved with the day-to-day implementation of these bills. We have a lot of people working very closely on this. And we're getting the presentation up. But since you have copies of the slides in front of you, I'll go ahead and work off of the paper copy. First, the legislature passed 2 pieces of legislation that require the coordinating board to work closely with the Texas Workforce Commission in determining regional workforce needs and projections. House Bill 1296 requires us to work together to produce a report by February 1st of every odd-numbered year that provides a 3-year workforce needs projection, including the level and field of education and training needed to meet those projected workforce needs. Another related bill, Senate Bill 414, requires a coordinating board to conduct a study to determine regional workforce needs, to determine which areas of the state would benefit from community college baccalaureate degree programs, and particularly in nursing and applied science, and to develop appropriate metrics for determining whether a community college should be authorized to offer these baccalaureate degrees. Since these 2 bills have similar goals, staff is conducting these studies simultaneously, and we've entered into a contract with the RAND Corporation to conduct the study and to develop a model that our staff can then update annually. Staff recently sent a survey to various institutions asking for some input on the types of applied science degree fields that should be included in the study, and here you can see the 4 that were the most recommended. And the next step is for RAND representatives to conduct interviews with those respondents who suggested these particular degree fields. Staff is also finalizing a list of stakeholders to consult on the study, and the stakeholders will represent 2-year and 4-year institutions of higher education, regional businesses, and professional associations. The final report is due to the legislature on August 1 of 2014, which means that we'll have a draft to the board committee in June with the final report considered by the full board in July. As you know, the legislature also passed a couple of bills that created 6 new medical and graduate medical education programs for a total of $16.35 million for the 2014-15 biennium. And by the end of this meeting today, you will have adopted rules for 2 of these major programs, and staff has issued requests for applications for these 2 programs listed here, the planning grants, which are one-time awards of $150,000 to assist entities in planning the development and establishment of new first-year graduate medical education programs. We have the application deadline coming up November 15th. And then the second program there is the unfilled position grants to increase the number of GME first-year positions, and that application deadline recently closed. We have 3 other programs that the legislature created that will require negotiated rulemaking, which will begin in the spring of 2014. You may ask yourself why we didn't engage in negotiated rulemaking on these 2 programs. That is because we adopted rules via emergency rule in July to get these programs up and running because we needed to meet the statutory deadlines for getting these grants up and running. And technically Senate Bill 215, which requires us to engage in negotiated rulemaking for all of our trustee funds in terms of the allocation methodology, wasn't in effect yet. So, but we will be beginning that process here soon. And then another program that isn't going to go into effect until the fiscal year beginning September 1, 2016, is the grants for additional residency years. In terms of financial aid, the Hazelwood program, which is a tuition exemption program for veterans and their families, was transferred from the coordinating board to the Texas Veterans Commission as a result of passage of Senate Bill 1158. The TVC is currently engaged in negotiated rulemaking with stakeholders, including our staff, to develop the administrative rules for the program. And Dan Weaver and his staff have been working very, very closely with staff at the Texas Veterans Commission to get that up and running and providing some technical support to them. Senate Bill 1159 also requires us to work closely with the LBB staff and the LBB is taking the lead on this study, I should say, and they are working in consultation with us and the TVC to conduct a study on the Hazelwood program and make some recommendations to promote the sustainability, fiscal efficiency, and effectiveness of the program. So Dan Weaver and Susan Brown and several of their key staff have been working very closely with LBB staff to identify some of the readily available data to be used for this study. But we're still a long ways away from having the study done, but we are starting to have those discussions and collaborations. One of the reasons why I wanted to highlight this because it's a high interest to legislators and institutions of higher education, because in FY12 alone, institutions waived $111 million in tuition exemptions for veterans and their families. And as you may recall, the legislature appropriated $30 million in an effort to reimburse institutions for these waived tuition and fees. And in terms of the Texas Grants and Be on Time program, Senate Bill 215 made changes to these programs by beginning in the fall of 2014, making community colleges ineligible to participate in the program, but creating a pathway for students in the Texas Grant program to qualify for a Texas Grant if they received a Texas Educational Opportunity Grant as a community college student and transfers to a 4-year institution upon completion of 24 semester credit hours with a 2.5 GPA. We're also required to transfer the proportional amount of funds from Texas Grants to the Texas Education Opportunity Grant Program in order to keep those students whole and so forth. The bill also makes the Be on Time program a community college makes community colleges ineligible given their historically low participation rates in the program, and the participating institutions will be able to retain their proportional share of tuition set-asides that they collect on campus for use with their students. So, and they'll also have some flexibility in terms of setting the award amount. So that is all to say that the staff has developed some draft rules that are going to the Texas Register, and they will come to you in January to the full board for your consideration. House Bill 1752 created the Texas Teacher Residency Program. This is a program that's designed to award teaching residents with a master's degree and to lead to certification for those teaching residents who are uncertified teachers. The staff issued a request for application. The notice of intent is due October 25th, which is tomorrow, and applications are due on January 2nd. We'll be using an external evaluator to evaluate all the applications, and the program will be administered by the one institution of higher education that is selected based on their demonstrated investment, commitment, and collaboration in terms of teacher education. And so this is a 2-year grant of $1.29 million for, and I have to make a correction there. I say up to 30 teachers. It's actually 30 teachers, not up to. Participants will receive a livable stipend, which we estimate to be about $27,000, but it should be the equivalent to their minimum salary, a teacher's minimum salary range. And the program will have very rigorous selection criteria for the participants. So we see a lot of promise with that. I know the commissioner has been very interested in this program. And as you know, the legislature adopted outcomes-based funding for our 2-year institutions. And beginning in FY14, the community colleges are appropriated $1 million per district for core operations. Out of the remaining appropriated formula funding, 90% is allocated based on enrollments, 10% based on student success points. In the current model, community colleges compete against one another for one pot of money in the formula. But Rider 23, which passed in the General Appropriations Bill, requires the community colleges and the coordinating board to develop a methodology for allocating the student success points in a way that community colleges will compete against their own performance. And the Texas Association of Community Colleges created a metrics task force composed of community college presidents and administrators to develop this methodology. And Susan Brown and her staff have provided input and guidance on the methodology, which was presented to Tax Executive Committee earlier this month and to all the presidents just yesterday at their quarterly meeting. The methodology will now be reviewed and considered by the Community and Technical Colleges Formula Advisory Committee for consideration and inclusion in their recommendations to you coming in March of 2014 and final approval at the April board meeting. So we will have presentations on what that methodology will be, provided that it doesn't go through additional changes between now and then. So. And finally, we've implemented many provisions in our Sunset Bill, Senate Bill 2215. As you know, several changes were made with respect to the board's powers and authorities, which we, as of today, you will have finally adopted many of those changes, such as amending the rules related to the board's authority to approve capital projects and transferring those responsibilities over to the Board of Regents, the transfer of the board's authority to close or consolidate degree and certificate programs to the governing boards, and so forth. By the end of this meeting today, you will have approved changes to rules related to new degree program approval procedures, institutional role and mission statements, distance education, semester credit hour cap on associate's degree, and so forth. In an effort to increase stakeholder input, again, by the end of today, you will have also adopted rules related to negotiated rulemaking. As we reported yesterday to the Agency Operations Committee, we've began to engage in the process of negotiated rulemaking in 4 areas that are listed there: compliance monitoring and allocation methodologies for the tuition equalization grant, the Beyond Time program, specifically the fundings that go to the independent colleges and universities, and then the Texas College Work Study. We wanted to try, since we're fairly new with this process, even though negotiated rulemaking has been in statute since 1997, and we've had rules in our board rules authorizing us to engage in this process since 2004. We have never really utilized this process, so we're learning as we go, and we've issued notice of intent for the committee members that were selected through a nominations process through the institutions of higher education and all stakeholders, and that notice of intent is out for public comment beginning on October 25th, tomorrow, for 10 days, and then we will officially appoint those committees to begin working second week in November, third week in November. We're trying to get all of this done before Thanksgiving so that we can come to you at the January Agency Operations Committee and full board on these rules. And then also at the end of the day today, you will have considered and approved advisory committee rules. Sunset required us to adopt rules for all of our advisory committees. And then I just wanted to quickly mention the other outreach efforts or efforts working with our stakeholders and trying to improve our communications and collaborations. Staff has begun to offer governmental relations briefings prior to every board meeting and every board committee meeting, where we invite all of the governmental relations staff here to the coordinating board to meet with our staff to talk about proposed rules, other agenda items, higher education policy issues, and just really open those lines of communication up and make sure that we have no surprises. And so I think those are going really well. We've heard some very positive feedback from the institutions, and we're also trying to do some improvements internally in terms of external communications, making sure that we're communicating with the right people on the campuses and making sure that all our information is getting out there effectively and efficiently. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. This does not require any action. Are there any questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to item D, which is a report on facilities projects that were submitted to the coordinating board. This is informational only. Are there any questions or discussion? Item F, you have a handout before you that reads Texas Higher Education Fall 2013 Preliminary Enrollment, and Susan Brown, Assistant Commissioner for Planning and Accountability, will provide us a presentation.
Hello. It's up on 2 of the screens, so we'll go from there. The preliminary head count. You're going to have to move the slides for me. Preliminary head count is based on the 12th class day enrollment, and it provides the information on total enrollment at the public and independent colleges and universities. We do receive information for the career colleges, but we don't get that information until starting in December. So, and they only report annually. Next slide. Here's the number everybody's wanting. It is not as big as we want, but it's bigger than it was last year. So, almost 8,000 increase. So that is, like I said, it's not as big as we had hoped for. This does not include the career colleges, which hopefully they will continue to grow like they have in the past, so that will increase. Also does not include those flex entry students who are on campus, but they didn't start before the 12th class day. We will get that information in the spring, so we will continue to show the most recent data as we get it. Next slide. Here's a little bit of good news, so that even though we are not growing as fast as we have in the past, we are still growing much faster than the nation as a whole. As Mr. Heldenfels mentioned earlier, this is looking at national data, so it runs a little bit behind. This is for the fall 12 data. Next slide. Given this 8,000 increase, we still will need about 34,000 additional students to reach our goal of 2015 of the 630,000. That blue is the 8,000 preliminary headcount increase over what we've had. So hopefully we will, once we are able to add the flex entry and the career colleges, it will get us quite a bit closer to that 34,000, so we won't have to have quite as much. Next slide. This is how it breaks out. As you can see right now, all of the growth has been at the public universities. The community colleges are down almost 2,000. Health-related down a little bit. You can see the other three sectors are down less than 1%. Public universities up. These are preliminary numbers, so we don't know what's going to...
Susan, last year what we found was that we had a big gaping hole due to flex enrollment. Have we estimated a flex enrollment factor in this increase of 8,000?
No. This is strictly the head count, the individual head count.
How much it went up last year?
Yeah, last year the flex entry went up about, I think we increased by another 20,000 for the flex entry, or almost 20,000. But our number at this point last year was down 20,000. So up 8,000 is not what we want, but it's still not bad.
No, that's an improvement. But my point is, I think we need to get to the point where we get enough data on flex enrollment that when we come out with this number, we estimate it and then revise it when we get that stuff.
We will be revising it when we get the flex entry numbers as they come out. The first thing we will be able to add to this number will be, first it will be certified, and about the same time this is certified is when we start getting the information from the career colleges. So we'll be able to add that at the same time, and then in the spring we'll get the flex entry, because they have programs that start all during this fall semester, and they report them to us starting in February or March. So we will be doing that as we move forward.
I think Mr. Heltenfels was suggesting that, I think he understood that we'll have the data later, but as we know more about flex entry, we'd be able to sort of estimate going forward what the flex entry might be at this date. In a similar way to when we were collecting preliminary enrollment at a certain time, we were able to estimate that community college enrollments would be actually 3% less. So, and we could do that, but flex entry is more volatile, but we can definitely look at that.
And really, it goes to all enrollment. You know, it's the timing of the data we talked about earlier. We need to be releasing an estimate of enrollment a few days after Labor Day, and then updating it when we get more data in. That's the goal. That's the goal, because that's when the public's thinking about it.
Okay.
Is this all undergrad, or is this graduate courses too?
These are all courses.
Okay.
Graduate and undergraduate.
So how do you measure, Phoenix, WGU? There are lots and lots of people doing it.
They are the ones that will be starting to, they report in December.
In December, I see.
They report to us annually.
Right.
So that's the information that we will start getting in December.
They report the same type of data that our private institutions in Texas report to us. It's less detailed than the public's, but it will be similar, well, actually identical to Rice and SMU, TCU.
Next slide. Increases vary across state, even within regions. As you can see, University of Houston, TSU, Houston Community College all went down 1,000 to 1,500, but Lone Star went up almost 7,000. Dallas County Community College went down 1,500. Tarrant went up almost 1,500. So it's really all over the board. Texas Southmost College went down quite a bit. We do believe part of that is still in response to the split between UT Brownsville and Texas Southmost coming apart. Next slide. And I've highlighted the other here. We have a decline, very unfortunately, in the Hispanic and the white. This is the third year in a row that we have had a decline in the white enrollment. Part of that is the aging of the population. We don't have as many. The white population is getting much older. Can relate. But the Hispanic decline, this is the first time we've actually seen a decline in Hispanic enrollment, and that is very troubling. It's something that we will be looking at. We don't know if this ties to the economy getting better, but that is troubling. Some of the decline in the white enrollment could be, you see the large increase in other for the last couple of years, 2 or 3 years now. Students have self-reported as multiple races, and that all goes into the other because there's so many different variations of those. In fact, we actually had, the first year they were able to do that, we had a whole group from A&M that checked every single category you could check. So they were everything, a little bit of everything. So
we've known that all
they were
along.
trying to make a social
I'm
statement.
sure it was a very important point they were trying to make. So, you know, we have a lot of, that other category has been the fastest growing category for the last 3 or 4 years. Hopefully that will taper off and we will start to get some maybe some better data. But it is, multiracial is becoming, you know, a greater thing, a greater emphasis. And so here we're seeing that. We don't know how many of these students had been categorized as white and are now part of the multiracial. So, okay, next slide. Not a big surprise. The regions of the state with the fastest growing population continue to have the fastest growing enrollment. I mean, that's maybe not percentage. As you can see, West Texas actually had one of the higher percentage increases at 1.1%. However, that's only 277 students. So you've got Metroplex at 3,000, Gulf Coast 3,000, Central Texas. So, and that's where we're seeing all the growth, population-wise and everything else. Next slide. Public community colleges, even though they did have a slight decrease in their enrollment, they're still have the majority of the students in the state. Those are the 2-year colleges. For preliminary data, next slide. For preliminary data, we get total enrollment by ethnicity, as we talked about undergraduate, graduate. They just give us, here are our students by ethnicity. So we will be looking more at, are we increasing from students coming directly from high school, students returning, increasing persistence rate, increasing graduates and getting more students through and out is the goal that we have, but if the students are graduating, they're not necessarily there, so that could show up as a decrease in enrollment. So these are some of the things. We've done a little bit of look recently at students who are going directly from high school into the workforce, and we see some of that going on, especially obviously in West Texas and South Texas around the oil field. We're seeing some of that. And we're going to continue to do more work in that area to see what we're getting with these high school graduates. Last year, the percent of students coming directly from high school actually declined for the first time. So we're hoping to see that trend kind of turn around. So are there any other questions?
Susan, I had one. I noticed when you add up the increase from 2,000 to our preliminary total on the chart that breaks it down by ethnicity, including other, which shows an increase of 447,000, but the total increase we're seeing has been 596,000.
The 596 includes the total for the career colleges, and those flex entry students, which is not in here.
So that's not included in this?
In that slide does not include all of those.
That explains the 150,000 missing. All right.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, that requires no action. Item G1 is consideration of the Commissioner's recommendation regarding proposed amendments to Chapter 1, Subchapter A, General Provisions, Section 1.18 of Board Rules concerning the rules to operations of education research centers. Susan Brown.
Yes, these are rules with House Bill 2103 made changes to the makeup of the education research centers, to the board, and to who was supposed to be nominated onto the board, and the time frame, and whether we could have telephonic meetings. So all of those changes are incorporated into this the data repository. It also gave the coordinating board authority over the ERCs. In the past, that was a joint authority with TEA. It includes now on the board the TWC. TWC toward the end of last contract period had started allowing us to include their data in the ERC, but they didn't have a seat on the board, the advisory board. So this rectified that. And so those are some of our things. We did have some comments. One of the comments, and it was one that we had heard before, was from the University of Texas at Dallas, who is one of our ERCs, wanting to be able to allow the data to be sent out of state or accessed from out of state. And that was something that we have. Part of our authority from the Department of Ed is that we have audit authority over the institutions, and we can't necessarily go audit out-of-state institutions. And so that's one of the reasons for that, not accepting that one. Are there any other questions?
So in your materials, there were actually 22 comments received, and staff has responded to each of those. Are there any other questions or comments? If not, I'll need a motion in a second.
So moved.
Dennis moves.
Second.
Chris seconds. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. That passes. Next item is item H, and you have two handouts. Beyond closing the gaps by 2015 and timeline for moving forward. And Dr. Gardner will be giving the discussion on the Council for Continuous Improvement and Innovation's recommendations.
Thank you. The agenda shows that we need to adopt this item, and we're suggesting that you not do that at this time, so it provides you with some flexibility in terms of the timelines you go forward. But we have some very good recommendations from the council's meeting yesterday. We all know, and we've just been discussing really that we're almost at the conclusion of closing the gaps, and you've been discussing how to go forward to essentially the next closing the gaps. And our Council for Continuous Improvement and Innovation has been doing a lot of good work in the past year, which sets the beginning point for that plan. But I thought it would be helpful for all of you who were not here when the Closing the Gaps was developed to know some of the actions the board took that, at least in our estimation, helped it be a successful plan and pointed it in the right direction. So the first thing was they developed some principles for developing a plan. What type of plan did they want? Number one, they wanted to make sure it was the most important goals for the state, underlining state. It was about doing what was best for the state overall and not focusing on individual institutions, which if you looked at plans in many other states, they were hundreds of pages long, and they went institution by institution, and our own institutions have those types of plans in place for themselves already. Wanted the state goals to be put forward as results, and as you know, we've just been talking about where we stand in terms of participation. Each of our goals had some context for can you measure them. Then they believed that we should include some promising state strategies, but understand that there were really differences in regions and local areas where they needed to develop their own strategies. But they did say, let's include a few key strategies. For example, most people don't realize that one of the strategies within the plan was for universities to keep all of their overhead income under research. Prior to that, they could only keep half of it. That was accomplished early on, and that meant hundreds of millions of additional dollars went to the institutions that did not go there earlier. But there were just a few key strategies. One was that the recommended high school program should be the default curriculum. So there were a handful of those, but they didn't want to tell everyone what to do. They wanted to make sure they had a system to ensure progress. How do you know that you're moving forward? And you've regularly, in your time on the board, have already heard about progress on various measures, so you know that that was implemented. And finally, it was that it'd be easy to remember. A plan that people could look at, they could walk away, and they wouldn't have to constantly refer to something. It's more likely to be remembered. They then developed what they refer to as higher education plan characteristics, and you can see these are related to the first principles, which is, the plan needed to be concise and focused. It shouldn't have more than 2 to 5 goals, and you can see that the starting point that the council has put forward in terms of the wave, it fits within that in terms of having 4 potential goals. Measurable targets, broad strategies again, responsive to statewide needs, but also responsive to regional needs. And sometimes we forget that one of the ideas of the board was understanding that individual institutions could come up with things that could help them move forward in a very good way, knowing their own local resources and staff. So, for example, we know that our success goal is about numbers of graduates. We don't talk about graduation rates, but we measure them. And if you look at graduation rates alone for universities, they've improved considerably on their graduation rates. They're not where they should be, but they, in most cases, devised their own ways of addressing that and have improved. When we first started calculating graduation rates many years ago, the statewide number was 45%. Now it's about 56%, 57%. At the time we first started doing it, there were only 2 schools above the statewide average. Now many are above that 45%, but we still have improvement to make. But that was done by institutions making decisions. We have similar types of improvements at the community colleges in terms of success, and the schools have really stepped up. And then we have to think the improvement in high school preparation helped as well. And the stimulates creativity and adaptability as a part of that. Some institutions were better at that than others, but if you look at every institution, you can see things they tried to do. Now, who was on the planning committee? I think this was an important decision. The board felt that they didn't want to have anyone who currently was employed by a university. They wanted people who knew universities and community colleges. They wanted people who understood that process, but they didn't want anyone who felt they really needed to represent their institution at that time. And that was an important strategy. And of course, we were able to have a small number of coordinating board members on that at the time. We can't do that moving forward. They were currently on the board at the time. The committee was chaired by Martin Bassel-Dua, who's vice chair of our board. But we had former administrators. We had a former member of the State Board of Ed. We had a member of the Chamber of Commerce. We had various industries represented, from banking, computer science, petroleum, textile, space, utilities. We had a medical foundation represented and an attorney from a legal firm. So it was a broad representation. They were very active. They met a lot. But if you turn to the next, you'll see that while we didn't have any people that were currently employed by institutions, the committee chose to have a small number of task forces, which did include people who are currently working at institutions, to provide feedback and recommendations to them on 3 areas they thought were important: participation and success, health professions, and the technology workforce. Each of those works somewhat differently. The technology workforce task force actually went all around the state, talking with industry, listening to folks from the business community, what types of things did they think were needed. And that's really where we always talk about our critical fields. That's where they came from, was that task force going out talking to industry, which is very important. There were many opportunities for people to comment. Meetings were open. People were invited to come and testify at those meetings. But the draft of the plan, the first draft of the plan, was widely distributed. You can see we sent out over 1,500 copies of the plan. It went to everyone from the governor to all the institutions, of course, chambers of commerce, regents and trustees, other state agencies, various associations, the faculty associations, faculty senates on campuses. We tried to get some into the hands of students. to have feedback, and from that distribution, we had just under 100 comments directly related to this, but it's important to note that we had feedback from people prior to that draft being sent out, and changes were made. I mentioned when I was talking to the council yesterday that at this point, you could say that the draft was very close to the final draft, but a lot of the changes were nuances, but they were really important nuances. There were things changed from those comments that made it a much better plan. And because of that effort, it was a widely embraced plan. So the next stage, I'm just repeating these. I mean, we think it would be useful for you to at least have similar principles, if not these same principles to work from. We think it was very effective in having a focused plan. You know, you can easily have a plan that takes you in 25 different directions, and in a way you have no plan. So if we move forward to the schedule, this is a basic schedule, and I want to tell you, beside you have a much more detailed schedule that was refined by the council yesterday afternoon, and you know, Mr. Heldenfels might want to say something about it. But generally speaking, there's really we're in a pre-planning phase. For example, the council has been a part of that. They've been reviewing a lot of things, have really emphasized the importance of international competitiveness, which we didn't have in the current plan. They've come up with the WAVE, which you've seen at a previous board meeting. At our governing board conference, if you've seen the schedule for that yet, there'll be some overview of what's been done with the WAVE, but all afternoon there will be discussion groups with regents, trustees, administrators attending the conference, and it will be facilitated by the Association of Governing Boards to solicit their feedback to the WAVE, other issues they think are important. And we'll be able to take both of those things to you when you meet at your planning retreat and you begin to discuss some of this in particular. How do you really want to shape this plan going forward, and what process do you want to take? And then, but to move forward, you need to really agree on a planning approach in January, because it becomes very rapid after that. We hope to have a new plan completed for your consideration in July 2015. Mr. Heldenfels, do you want to say anything about the timeline you guys worked on yesterday?
A couple of significant modifications what you're seeing really is a transition from what's been called the Council on Continuous Improvement and Innovation. This is the Council's final recommendations on timeline, and in January there'll be final recommendations on the content, or maybe a better word is the framework that they've developed to propose for going forward with the plan beyond closing the gaps. Then that council will essentially have completed its duties, and there will be a transition to what has tentatively been called the Committee Beyond Closing the Gaps, which I don't recommend be the title of the next long-range plan, by the way. But we'll get some branding experts to help with that. So at the January 23rd meeting, the council proposed and suggested that that'd be the deadline for appointing the members of that next advisory committee, the Committee Beyond Closing the Gaps. We also tried to make the description and the time frame as specific as possible on the stakeholder feedback processes that are going to be vital to getting buy-in and shaping of the final plan and its metrics. And then we thought, importantly, before we go out and begin the work of meeting with the institutions and on those goals and measurable targets, that in August of 2015 that the timeline should provide an opportunity to celebrate the completion of closing the gaps and its achievements. Even though there'll be some metrics where we will likely fall short, most of those major goals will have been achieved. And so that was about parity. This next plan will be about international excellence in competition. The timeline has been pretty well thought through, and it hopefully culminates with this board in the summer of 2015 considering and adopting or perhaps at the October meeting, considering and adopting that next 15-year plan. The other thing we did talk about was how this advisory committee can and should complement the 2036 Commission, but there was a strong feeling that we wouldn't want to push out the deadline for the major goals beyond 15 years, which is 2030, but rather come up with some innovative ideas on how we use that 6-year time frame from 2030 to 2036, whether that's to look at beginning, setting new goals. Certainly, we want to measure: are we one of the top performing states, and how do we measure against not just top performing states but top performing countries in 2030? One reason for that is that the goal of the 60% attainment, our overarching goal that the Council has recommended, is that we're recommending that by 2030, the federal government is shooting for that nationally by 2020. Other states like Indiana have set 2025 as a target. So, it doesn't make sense from the needs of the Texas workforce to wait beyond 2030. But the purpose and intent behind the 2036 Commission is right on. It's very, I don't know if you have the slide that shows the alignment. There's a really close alignment between, the long-range template for the next higher ed plan and the goals of that 2036 Commission and HB 2036. And of course, we all know that 2036 will be the 200th anniversary of the state of Texas. The state of Texas, and so it obviously has some optical benefits to have a focus on that year as well as 2030. I guess the last comment I'd make is that the next year and a half, the next whatever it turns out to be 18 months or so, will be really critical to the successful launch of this 15-year plan.
So to add just one element to that, not only would we recommend taking forward to the committee the WAVE as developed by the Council, but also at the same time these goals, which are very similar, although they're some posed differently, some are almost identical, which I have to think that they've reviewed the WAVE, and I know it was presented to them in the legislative session. And so however that commission is founded, the work of your planning committee will be enabled to provide information directly to it on some of the questions that they've been directed to ask. So I think there's some nice symmetry there. Just a final thing, we did add a couple of other things from your counsel, Mr. Hilton-Fells, and just he's very high level. We have got much more information to give you from yesterday, but we didn't want to give it all to you today. But they did recommend using the WAVE as a beginning point. They mentioned they had a lot of concern about, of course, how to make sure people were involved and they knew what was going on. And so there was a great deal of discussion about that. This is just a little bit of that. They're talking about we need to really look at what conferences are already planned and try to get on the agenda for those instead of having to make just special trips to various things. They had some recommendations about how to use TV and radio and social media and other tools. Mr. Hildenfels mentioned in particular a tool we now have at the Coordinating Board College Town Hall, text, and then there are various things from our meetings that we can place on YouTube. But as was discussed yesterday, you have to have a means to drive people to those things. They don't just miraculously show up there, so we have to do that. They also talked about, part of it depends on what strategies you come up with, but I think it's important to note about maybe developing links to a catalog of best practice presentations and various things like that. Some of that will be useful to the planning committee itself. How to use some existing forums in terms of continuous improvement and effectiveness, for example, in terms of using the Star Awards ceremony going forward to recognize that.
That was probably one of the key things that the council members recommended was either repurposing and or adding on to the annual Higher Education Leadership Conference to because the council had two missions. One, to help outline and build a model for the next long-range strategic plan for Texas higher ed. The other was to promote a change, a cultural change for continuous improvement among our institutions. That's not in other words, it's not prescriptive. It's not to define, here are the best practices, go and do. It's to say, here are the best practices that the council has observed, and we want to create a resource for the institutions to, to continue to investigate, adopt, and execute. So if the STAR Awards and the annual conference that this board sponsors focus on those best practices and who's doing the really innovative stuff to improve the delivery, productivity, and quality of higher education, and that will go a long way, as well as the stakeholder feedback process using existing currently planned meetings instead of setting up brand new meetings. We may do some regional meetings for public input, but we need to take advantage of everything from the community college trustees who are represented on this council said our June 2014 meeting that's already scheduled, great time to come and talk about the next long-range plan and get their feedback. Same thing with everybody from SPUPSI to TAC to boards of regents scheduled meetings, et cetera. So work with their schedule and not create a new schedule.
So one of our main intent today was to sort of lay out the process we used before. You'll be talking about the process at your board retreat. Give you a chance to have something to think about between now and then, so this isn't just thrown at you at that meeting that day. And you may want to take a different direction. You may have some ways to improve it, but it was important for you to know how we got to closing the gaps before, and which we think was done very effectively. But we think there are even better tools available now in terms of gaining input from individuals. So that really concludes my presentation, unless you have some comments you want to make or discuss this.
So the question is, the Texas 2036 Commission, what is our role on that commission?
The chairman of the board and the commissioner will sit as a part of that commission, and I think that's all we know at this point.
The legislation was authored by Chairman Dan Branch, and just in conversation with Chairman Branch, he wants the coordinating board to be integrally involved, so with data and support. Not that there's a budget for that, but I think his intent legislatively was, to complement and not compete or confuse the efforts that our council and stakeholders and this board have already undertaken. So I think they'll be very complementary.
And so that's a 23-year look out. That's a long way. It would, in the CCII yesterday or past, have you discussed 5-year, 10-year, 15-year goals and setting some intermediate goals? I think it was very forward thinking to look back 15 years ago and close the gaps, but I'm wondering, is 60% realistic in 15 years? Can we do it in 10 years? Or we're going to have a struggle to do it in 23?
Well, it's when you say 23, I guess you're counting from today. But
yes, that would be. And
actually, it would be. Yeah, but the timeline is going to be from 15. We'll obviously have to measure a new benchmark. Where are we in 2015? And then really there'll be 5-year increments to 2030. And just like closing the gaps, redialed its goals 5 years in 2005 and said, you know what, Texas is growing so fast, 500,000 additional post-secondary students is not enough. They changed it to 630,000 5 years into that plan. That same process needs to happen with the next plan. So, recalibrate every 5 years.
Right. Well, in here you're using a ratio, so that would automatically recalibrate depending on what you're counting in the numerator and the denominator.
Right.
So are you looking at adults who are already in the workforce or potentially in the workforce?
Well, right now the focus is on that 60%, and this is not just Texas, nationally, is really the 25 to 64-year-olds so-called working population. So that will be influenced by everything from increasing graduation rates, improvement in the K-12 pipeline into post-secondary education, and in migration, how well Texas continues to bring folks into the state who already either have or will get that post-secondary attainment.
Mr. Heldenfels has made an important distinction. That's why, at least in this graph of the starting point, it's listed at the top, because the institutions could do a very good job of graduating folks, but if the economy is bad, they may be leaving the state. In reverse, the institutions could be doing a bad job of graduating people, but if the economy is dynamic, we might be bringing in a great number. So the top represents really a state goal that the institutions have to contribute to, but all the others reflect directly on the performance of the institutions. But I think it's also important to add that when developing Closing the Gaps, part of that nuance change was getting those numbers right, the percents right, and knowing more and more about those numbers. And so the real challenge for staff is at that first meeting, not only will there be this, and Susan, I've reminded Susan about this several times, I've got maybe 3 months to come up with much more detailed analysis and more data for people to look at, not just comparing, as we did before, Texas to other states and looking at regions within Texas, but to other countries, which has been really emphasized a great deal by the Council for Texas to be internationally competitive.
Yeah.
So there'll be some of these, it may look very similar, but some of the numbers may end up being different or better calibrated architecture as we move forward and the committee looks at them in more detail and the board finally considers it.
Do you have an idea of where we're at now as far as the percentage of Texans that have post-secondary credentials?
Only those that have associate degrees and higher or some college and higher. Right now, the Census Bureau doesn't collect anything on certificates, so it's very hard to get information along those lines. For associate degree and higher, I think we're at 32%.
Yeah, I think we estimated that overall we're somewhere around
40-something.
A little under 40, 38, 39. We've got a long way to go.
But the certificate, and that is, counting the certificates is actually a national issue. There's a lot of states talking about, a lot of states starting to push on that one. So hopefully we can see, if not something from the Census Bureau, at least other states starting to report that and get some information on that.
And Closing the Gaps had this notion, and the board didn't include it in its principles, but of having stretch goals. And the council brought that up yesterday, that the idea is not to do things that will be easy, but that you need to do. And they, if they're not challenging, they may not be the appropriate goals to begin with, or either you're setting them too low.
And, the council has really heard from a lot of great experts, a lot of great data and analysis. And I would say for that overarching goal, David, that there was about an even division between those who thought it was almost impossible to reach it by 2030 versus those who thought not only must we reach it by 2030, we really would like to beat that year. So there was a pretty equal tension in that.
I will say that we had a lot of people when we were starting Closing the Gaps that thought that 500,000 was impossible.
At the time that was developed, we are actually very good with enrollment forecast, and Susan and her staff are really good at enrollment forecast, not me. But our forecast would be about a little over 200,000. I think it's 230,000 more students by 2015. And so when we were talking about that, we were talking about well over 200,000 more students than the current trends would suggest, even with the latest demographic data. So that was a really challenging goal for the board at the time. But as Mr. Heldenfeld stated, when we had more up-to-date demographic information a few years later, it had to be reset because the population had grown faster than the state demographer had forecast at the time, and the board said we're not going to get to where we need to be if we hit 500,000. We can be proud of ourselves. They wouldn't have thought it would be several years ago that you would have been, but we have, to really be competitive, we have to hit that higher goal. So I think that's a principle that wasn't directly included, but this notion of having a living plan that you regularly evaluate, say, or if we've already achieved this. I think, frankly, from a staff standpoint, had we achieved, we've achieved our success goal. Had we achieved it 2 years ago, we would have come to you asking if you wanted to raise it. But since we were almost at the end of the plan, we didn't think it was the right time to do that. But had it been a couple of years earlier, and I suspect you guys would have wanted to raise that as well, because you guys are aggressive about meeting important goals.
Well, if you think about the 2036, you have a cohort of people aged 2 to 42 who currently age 2 to 42. So the question is, those that are age 25 and older theoretically are going to have a re-enrollment if they haven't already attained something. So that's going to be one strategy. And those who have yet to reach age 25 is going to be a different strategy. So I could see us having literally multiple strategies to achieve that 60%, because if all you're doing is concentrating on those that are under that age 25 coming into that, you're going to miss, because you could have 100% of them achieve that, and you still wouldn't hit your 60% because of that group between ages 25 and 42.
Let me give you a little more context for the 5 and 630,000. What was that context? I forgot it just now. We were totally lost my thought.
David, your point is correct, though. I mean, the adults who've slipped through the safety net that could be, educated back into higher workforce opportunity, that's probably between 3 and 4 million. Yeah, population of 3 and 4 million today.
But we've had testimony in the past that said by 2020, 68% of the jobs in the country are going to require some level of higher education. 5%, yeah. Was it 65? Okay, right. I'm sorry. So, we're going to miss that mark as a state because we're not going to be there in 2020. The question is do we need to move forward like our hair's on fire and have a short-term goal to really try to get there as fast as possible? And what do we do with the adults who are already out in the labor market who don't have that certification, because they're going to need that to be employable?
Here, I'm sorry, because I started talking about participation. It was really in response to success. And, the goal was set for graduates. It wasn't set for graduation rates. And the reason for that is precisely what you're talking about. We knew that we had thousands of students who had completed as many as 90 hours in college. We knew that part of the strategy was to get them back and finished. We knew that part of it was people who may be in their 30s or 40s who had not attended needed to go back to college and at least get a certificate or something to be competitive. And also part of that was people who may have graduated some years ago, and there might be a new area in sort of a technology in the health professions where we needed people with certificates in a certain area, and they would be added to that. So the idea was really along the lines of what you're talking about. Now, I think you're talking about 2036. From a planning standpoint, if the board ends up developing its own plan, I think it should be no more than 15 years, because it's really hard to plan beyond that. That doesn't mean it can't provide and feed directly into 2036. But I think when you go much beyond 15 years, it becomes very, very hard to really even know what the trends are. Part of this is workforce. It's hard to, you're doing pretty well to figure out what the workforce may need to be in 15 years, but 23 years is much more difficult. An alternative for you, of course, is you could have if you wanted to have sort of a 15-year plan that would add 5 years every, it'd always be a 15-year plan, and you could roll that out. We haven't done that. You'd have to have a planning committee to come back to do that. But 2036 is going to would be very visionary type plan, which can get a little cloudy, and there's something to be said for that. But I think 15 years is very aggressive, and as the commissioners noted, Texas is sort of unusual to keep a plan in place for 15 years. Many states are lucky with changing political environment. It goes away after 5-6 years, and so. But these are all things for you guys to weigh in on and figure it out. I mean, already here you see there's some, I think, significant changes in the previous plan. I mean, this workforce alignment is a really new, something that's emphasized much more. You heard it earlier in two of the bills, 414 and 1296. We know one reason we asked Rand to, beyond doing what we needed for those bills, to create a system so that our staff could update these job caps ourselves, working with TWC on an annual basis, as we know that's going to become more and more important. So I think you'll see some shift even in our work, aside from this, in terms of providing better information to the schools and even helping them identify some programs that might be important in their area, although the community colleges in particular are very good at identifying those programs.
So, to the chair, I'm going to ask a question. Is this something we need to adopt, or are we planning on using this as a template in our strategic planning meeting in December? Because I have a request for a motion here for adoption, and I'm not clear what the chair's preference is.
I don't believe we need it. That's why I started out saying we had that in there, but I think you might. I think there's a lot of. You guys will want to think about this more before you adopt it.
Right. That's why I'm asking the chair. Why don't we accept this as a report and then leave it on the table for our use at our strategic planning meeting?
Excellent.
Okay. Any other discussion on that item? We're done with number 7.
I move lunch.
Back to you, Chairman.
All right. Thank you very much. We will now take a break for lunch. Let's report back here at 1:30. Does that give everybody enough time so we can continue? So we will reconvene at 1:30.
Oh, no, that's fine.
Item 9, matters relating to the Committee on Academic and Workforce Success, chaired by Janelle Shepard. Janelle, the floor is yours.
Thank you. The committee will hear from Stacy. Item 9A. Stacy will announce. Are you sure? All right. So TC in Harlingen withdrew their request for the Perkins Reserve Grant, and this grant was approved at the September cause meeting. So that's just an announcement, just so you know, for your information. Item 9B is public testimony. Do we have any public testimony for today? No. All right. Item C. We have a presentation by Jobs for the Future on results of its research regarding the strategies that various states in higher education use to support students with ABE level skills. Dr. Gloria Moasi, Program Director in the Building Economic Opportunity Division of Jobs for the Future, will present the research findings. Thank you so much for being here today.
Madam Chairman, if you would give me a point of privilege, we have been working very closely with Jobs for the Future over the last couple of years with our work for ABE, Adult Basic Education. And because of our moving forward and our implications with our TSI and the work that we will be doing in helping our institutions better serve the needs of our ABE population, we deemed it important to contract with Jobs for the Future through the help of our funding from Houston Endowment to do this research and present a paper that would give us insight into not only nationally what is occurring, but the funding of ABE. And so Gloria and her team were gracious enough to come to the table and say that they would be glad to work with us. They are our contractor also as our technical support with our grantees across the state. So I wanted to put this into context so that you would know why Jobs for the Future, who has been working in this arena, has come to the table to assist us with this effort.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Laredo, and thank you to the board members for inviting us here. I'm Gloria Moise, Program Director with Jobs for the Future, and Jobs for the Future is a national policy research and action organization. We're based in Boston, Massachusetts. We work across the country, including a lot of work here in Texas, to support disadvantaged young people and adults to get the education and skills training they need to get good jobs. What we were asked to do is conduct research, as Dr. Laredo mentioned, and we'll talk a little bit about the questions that we were asked to address, some of our findings, and the recommendations we would offer to the coordinating board as you're considering the development of your new TSI ABE plan. And of course, we are happy to address any questions that you have about this. The research questions we were asked to explore are three. What do other states think about their engagement of students with ABE level skills as being a part of their larger higher ed mission, and especially the mission of their colleges? What programmatic interventions have they developed to meet the needs of this population? And then what recommendations would we offer to the coordinating board? We started with 49 states, including Texas, and we narrowed that list of states to 15 that, based on our knowledge of work across the country and that of colleagues that we consulted who do work in this space, who are actually working on addressing the needs of this population. And then we conducted a review of evaluations, reports, whatever data we could find for these 15 states and their initiatives. And we also interviewed some of the higher ed agency and college leaders. So to put this a little bit in context for us, we think that Texas is approaching what we're calling a perfect storm of change around serving ABE level students. And when you start with the change in governance of federally funded adult education from the Texas Education Agency to the Texas Workforce Commission, that presents a real opportunity to really align adult ed more with careers and with post-secondary education. But it's also going to present some challenges as that system realigns itself. They're going to need to select some additional or some new providers starting next year. And so all of that's going to create a little bit of turmoil in the system. You add to that the TSI assessment, which is groundbreaking and very ambitious, and all of the community colleges and their ABE partners, some of them federally funded and some of them not, are all looking at how can we respond to the needs of this population. So that is creating a lot of interest and concern in the field. And the third thing I would add to this mix is GED 2014. As you know, that launches January 1st and will be game-changing in terms of the level of rigor that's required for adult learners to get that alternative high school credential. So what that suggests is that those three areas of change are really creating pressure on adult learners with ABE level skills who are constantly told that they need higher level skills to perform successfully in the economy, who are finding it more challenging to access post-secondary education, who will find it more challenging to access a high school credential outside of high school with a new GED, who are unaware or have limited awareness of what the career and support options are that are available to them. So we see, without some coordinated effort to align a number of different strategies and resources, that we could be creating some declining opportunity for adult learners with these low-level skills. So my colleague Erica Acevedo, who's a project manager here at Jobs for the Future, and Mamadou Ndai, who's a senior project manager, are going to walk through some of what we found, and then I'll come back and talk about the recommendations.
Great. So in our research and conversations with higher education agencies and community colleges and their leadership, the message was consistent in yes. They did view servicing students with, or adults with adult basic education skills as consistent with their mission. And among them, three consistent themes surfaced to the top as like the driving force behind their support for lower skilled adults. One was, of course, meeting the needs of the residents in their communities, of which have those low basic skills. And two, serving these adults addresses the requirements of businesses and industry. And three, it supports economic development efforts throughout their communities. So given the needs of the lower skilled adults and the economic competitiveness challenges within their states, each of these 15 focus states that we had conversations with have developed a statewide initiative to respond to these needs or have joined national initiatives to achieve mutual beneficial goals. So as you can see here, we have a lot of what's mapped out and also kind of the target grade level ranges that they're trying to address within each of these initiatives. So in addition, across the various initiatives, these are some of the key elements that at the state level that we found throughout each of the programs or initiatives that we discussed. Across agency state leadership team has been a very important component, which helps to drive the progress and all these other elements. At the program level, colleges are implementing contextualized bridge programs that integrate career-focused content into basic skills development before students even enter their occupational training. They are also implementing integrated pathways that align contextualized basic skills development and occupational training at the same time, so that ABE level students are achieving a post-secondary credential and also improving their academic skills.
Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to switch over to some examples of state initiative successes. So we looked at a range of states that have had some success serving the student population, and specifically a few things that we could point to as successes in terms of serving adult basic education student. If you look at across these states, we've seen really strong programs emerge, and these programs are designed to serve adults with low skills. And in these states previously, before they implemented these programs, there were no program at the community college level designed for ABE level students. In addition to that, in addition to sort of programmatic progress in these states, there's also the development of champions, because typically what it takes at the college level is the strong champions that advocate on behalf of these students. And so in a lot of in the states we've looked at, there's a consistently champions within the community college or at the state leadership level that advocate and are champions and that work on behalf of lower skilled adults. And just quickly, in terms of other successes, I wanted to just point to specific policy successes that we've seen. The one is in Georgia, the Georgia Technical College system, that actually decided to allow adult basic ed students to sort of delay the COMPASS test. The COMPASS is a college placement test they use in Georgia, and just use the THECB as a placement test for adult basic ed students instead of using the typical college placement test. In addition to Georgia, right here in Texas, the Board of Trustees of Houston Community College that is essentially allowing students in the Accelerate Texas initiative to pay significantly lower rates of tuition in order to participate in college level programs. And there are also successes in terms of braided funding, and I just wanted to highlight a couple. In terms of braided funding, obviously there's the investment, again here in Texas, of the Workforce Commission that has invested $1 million in 4 Accelerated Texas programs to support the engagement of dislocated workers in high-demand pathways. And another example of braided funding is in Kentucky, and specifically the Kentucky Technical College system, where there's been kind of a negotiated agreement in Kentucky between the Department of Family and Health Services to provide services for up to 1,700 students, individuals who are aging out of the foster care system, and to help them get into these basic skills pathways. And then finally, outcomes, very, very important, an important criteria of our research. I think in terms of outcomes, it's important to note that these are initiatives from various states, and they're also at various stages of development. Some of them have been around for about 10 years, others have just started. But just to give you a couple examples, Arkansas Career Pathways, which has been around for about 10 years now has served 9,300 students roughly, and produced about 4,500 credentials. Another example, again, right here in Texas, the Accelerate Texas initiative, which is about just a few years old, is being implemented in 21 colleges, serving 3,000 students, and has produced roughly 1,900 credentials.
Great. So based on our research, we have a few recommendations that we would offer for your consideration. The first recommendation is at the state level. What we found consistently across all of these initiatives is that a high-level cross-state agency team is essential for actually bringing together the key partners, aligning all of the available resources, and helping to promote the implementation of the state level initiative that's focused on these adult learners. And the good news is that the development of such a team here in Texas has already begun. The Texas Higher Ed Coordinating Board staff has already been meeting with TWIC and with TWC around the development of a plan, and there may be other state agencies to bring into the fold here, the Department of Human Services being one that you might consider, since a number of other states are bringing those folks in and really talking about how to access TANF dollars to support students who are eligible and can benefit from these types of programs. So that the cross-agency leadership team is, really has to play a central role in being the strategic vision and visionaries and leaders for this initiative, helping to set the tone, the strategy, helping to approve programs that are high quality, and ensuring that they are meeting the needs of the students, really braiding the various funding sources, and especially engaging the college leadership, college presidents and other senior leaders behind this work. We find that programs without strong college leadership will become isolated within their institutions and will not be scalable or sustainable. So that is a very important component that someone has to take responsibility for doing. Also, the alignment of data systems. If you include multiple state agencies, they all have their required data elements to track. And so trying to bring some kind of cohesion to that process for the programs that are implemented. And then a communication strategy. And I can't emphasize this enough. It seems like a small point, but throughout the evaluations of these initiatives, it's been demonstrated over and over again that without strong communications from the very top levels to the frontline staff, you really can't get the level of buy-in that you want about what these programs are and why you're implementing these programs towards what goals. And I always use the example of Achieving the Dream and how you could walk into an Achieving the Dream college and the janitor could tell you that they were achieving the Dream college. They may not know much about what Achieving the Dream is, but at least they knew that they were an Achieving the Dream college. They had a really phenomenal communication strategy across all of those institutions. So that's the state level. At the program level in the colleges, or your recommendation for what happens in the colleges, because we know you don't get to that level of actual frontline implementation, we would suggest first that you explore the selection of a small set, 2 or 3 evidence-based program models that your colleges can really embrace to support this population with ABE level skills. So that helps to cut down on colleges having to spend a lot of time trying to figure out what to do. They can actually build on existing programs that have shown success. It also helps to coalesce what resources will be needed and where to find those resources, and the capacity building and professional development efforts that will need to be brought to bear to support the colleges as they build their capacity to implement programs and guide their college level work plans as they prepare to serve this population. We would also suggest that you consider segmenting the population of adult learners who fall below that 9th grade level, which is what we're calling adults with ABE level skills. We've found that there's a lot of evidence that working with adults from the 6th to the 9th grade in community college level programs, that they can be successful in these programs, be they continuing education programs or credit level programs with the right supports. And so we think working with that group for certain program models, and then below the 6th grade level, there may need to be a stronger focus on building up the academic skills, identifying perhaps undiagnosed learning disabilities and other issues that might impact whether or not those students can move along as quickly as those in the 6th to 9th grade group. So it's not a monolithic group, and we would suggest that you would segment it in that way. providing the professional development support is critical. Even colleges that want to do this, have a heart to do this, need to know how to do it, and hearing about it is one thing and putting it into practice is another. And the more we can provide upfront assistance, we found it really cuts what has not changed is about a 6 to 9 month ramp up period as colleges implement new programs. And the more they get assistance up front, the shorter that time period can be. And finally, we really strongly encourage the coordinating board to consider students who do not have a GED or high school diploma in your deliberations about program models to support these students as part of your TSI ABE plan. We are concerned that we not return to the traditional sequential model of, students must increase their AB skills and then get a GED, and then perhaps they pass the placement test, they might go into DevEd, and then, somewhere 10 years down the line, if they've hung with it for that long, they might enter a community college program. That approach has shown itself time and time again not to be effective for adult learners with these skill levels. They simply will not persist in such a long sequential pathway. So we really do need to look at acceleration strategies for that population. The 15 states that we researched have been working with students who have ABE skill levels, who have GEDs, and those that do not, to help them get that credential and continue towards getting a post-secondary credential. And so I would just encourage you, as you are deliberating, perhaps even a pilot that looks at those students that are close, that can achieve the GED in a semester, and then be ready to move ahead as any other student in their occupational pathways is something for your consideration. So with that, I'll pause, and we'll pause and see if there are any questions that the board has about our research thus far.
I'm trying to, Judy, you may have this answer. This program would be in a community college setting or within an ISD?
Either. It can be a multitude of ways, in a community agency, in an ISD, or in a community college system. So
is there currently funding anywhere for? I know there's not much in the community college level for ABE, right?
Well, no, we have funded projects, and there are programs in the community colleges that are working with their community partners for implementing. I think there's 24 in our state in the community college system. We have some systems that don't have it, but are certainly, we did a webinar, I guess, a few weeks ago. We did 3 of them to find out what our community colleges were doing and how they were preparing for this population. So we've gotten some kind of very small amount of understanding, but certainly know where there are no services available. And as was mentioned earlier, in working with TWC and TWC, looking at who they serve, what other agencies are available to us within our community, and even Department of Health and Human Services, even looking at Voc Rehab. There's many other entities out there that we need to team up with in order to move this population forward. And I guess a question that might be of interest is, in your research, did you find where or how some of the states are funding some of these programs? Because some are costly. It's not cheap, and then in other cases, students don't necessarily qualify for the financial aid in order to cover the cost, and they're having to pay for it themselves.
Right. Yes, and I'd like to back up and respond to your question as well. Just a point about the adult education infrastructure in most states, and including in the state of Texas. So there are federally funded programs, where funding coming from the U.S. Department of Education, the Office of Vocational and Adult Education, that gets passed through states. Now that's moving through TWC. In the state of Texas, there are 55 of those programs, and Dr. Loretto is right. There are 24 of those federally funded programs that are community colleges, and then there are ISDs, there are educational service centers, and in some instances, they're community-based organizations. In addition to those entities, the federally funded programs, a number of your community colleges have fee-for-service adult education programs within their continuing education units, because they need that service, their students need the service, and they either didn't have an adult federally funded provider nearby, or for whatever reasons that provider didn't have the capacity or wasn't collaborating with them. In addition to that, there are a number of smaller CBO-type organizations, actually some larger ones too, Houston Reads being one of them, but a number of smaller CBO that may do either instructor-led or volunteer-led ABE, GED, ESL instruction. So that's usually the infrastructure you have to work with, and they've tended to be siloed. So the federally funded programs get a lot of support from the governing state agency. The continuing education programs tend not to get any support from anyone, and the CBO partners are nearly invisible. So the good news is that the Texas Workforce Commission is really trying to bring them all under one tent and create some support across the board. Beyond that, we are finding that states and community colleges are looking under every rock they can find to find resources to support these students. And that's where the cross-agency collaboration and the braided funding strategies really come to play, so that you don't have to spend funds on services that could be provided by another agency as part of their mission. So how can we better align the federally funded programs to support some of the work in these colleges without, of course, ignoring that they also have a mission of meeting the needs of the very low-level students, which are the largest population in the state, in addition to those that are ready to transition to college-level programs. And so one of the things that JFF has developed as a resource, and we would offer it as to support your work here, is a braided funding toolkit, which identifies all of the federal and the state funding that's available to programs that are, to states and to colleges that are trying to implement these types of programs. And we found that it's useful to have that training and collaboration at two levels. The first is at the state level, again, with all of the collaboration of the state agencies, because what we find is even if there are no prohibitions in federal or state statute around the use of certain resources, perceptions, especially of regional administrators, vary considerably across the state. So College A might go and talk to let's just use HHS as an example, go to their HHS and say, hey, we want to partner with you, can you use these resources? They may be told, no, you cannot. And College B might go and establish a really strong partnership. And part of it is just a lack of information and consistency at that agency level. So if we address that at the outset, then those resources can flow a lot more easily. But also colleges have access to local resources that may not be available at the state level, engaging their philanthropic partners, engaging their employer partners who care about this issue, so that it has to happen at that local level as well.
I would also like to add Dr. Linda Munoz, who I think is over there, our director of ABE. Over the last biennium, we have received funding. And so Linda, in her work, with the institutions in the state, 21 projects are currently in place, and where she is working right now is to help scale what we have learned that is working, because we have some institutions in these regions who have really done remarkable work with the funding that was provided by our agency. Our next step is to begin that professional development. In fact, we just had a meeting a little while ago to look at the state of how we can help educate the entire state and our institutions of what is available and how to implement such programs. So in conjunction to what Dr. Moasi just said.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? All right.
Thank you very much.
Coming.
Thank you.
Items D through I are on the consent calendar. Item J, consideration of adopting the staff recommendation to the board relating to the community college transfer student report. This is a new item. We did not discuss it at our meeting in September, and this was sent to you under separate cover. So, Dr. Silverman.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Turn your button on.
This is the fourth transfer report that staff have brought to you. The first one came to you in 2010. This year's report builds on the findings of the last three reports, and the report is required by legislative rider that directs the coordinating board to conduct a comparative analysis of transfer goals and practices as reported by each general academic teaching institution on an annual basis. Board staff surveyed the institutions, and the results of those surveys are included in the report. Institutions that responded provided data for degree completion and time to degree for a cohort of full-time undergraduate native and community college transfer students who became juniors in fall 2008. Overall, survey and performance data indicate that public universities understand the importance of community college transfer and that the institutions are making serious efforts to recruit, retain, and graduate transfer students. However, these efforts should be maintained and strengthened to encourage and ensure that transfer students complete their bachelor's degrees in an as efficient manner as possible. There is still room for improvement, and 84% of Native undergraduate students in this cohort graduated in the set period of time, while just 69% of the community college transfer students graduated. Additionally, it took transfer students an average of 2 years longer to get their degree. However, they only took 6 semester credit hours more on average. Those statewide averages are in the front of the of your information on the report, and then each institution has a separate page and is provided. Data are provided that they submitted to us. No changes were made to their submissions, and if they were unable to submit, that is also noted as well. We do need to forward this on to the legislature, so that concludes my report.
Any questions? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say no. Thank you. Items K, 1 through 5, are on the consent calendar. Items K6 is a consideration of a rule concerning the approval, procedures, and criteria for programs. Members, we did not vote on these rules at the September meeting because the comment period did not end until September 30th. Stacy.
Thank you. The proposed rules align the existing rules with the statutory changes made by Senate Bill 215. Specifically, this set of revisions sets forth the staff response time related to review of all new degree and certificate programs. Proposals now must be reviewed for completeness by staff within 5 days of receipt of the proposal. Staff will have a maximum of 1 year to complete a review. Also, revisions were made that require institutions that are requesting new degrees and certificate programs to notify other institutions within their region within 30 days before they submit their proposal to the coordinating board for consideration. And institutions are also required to resolve any disputes prior to submitting their proposal to the board. If there are disputes, they are certainly welcome to come to us, and we will help them make some resolution. Language is also added regarding additional new bachelor's degrees programs at specific community colleges. Revisions were made regarding new doctoral degree programs and reporting information to the governing boards based on annual reporting requirements, since the board can no longer close or consolidate degree programs. Finally, language was added to the subsection regarding changes to approved programs, specifying that the changes to the classification of instructional program, coding, degree designation, degree title, or consolidation of the programs with one or more existing programs be approved by the board. A technical comment was received from Texas Tech University to correct the name of the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges in Section 5.54. Staff concurred and made that suggested change. Several comments were submitted by University of Texas System Office and were supportive of the rules revisions. Staff appreciates their support and feedback. One of the comments was to add formula funding estimations. They actually raised a question related to formula funding and asked how appropriate it is to use formula funding as a projection mechanism to cover the costs of the program. And as staff will certainly pass that comment on to our formula advisory committees, and have them talk about and talk through whether or not formula funding does cover the actual cost of a new degree program. However, that was not a change that needed to be required in the rules. That concludes my overview.
Any discussion or questions? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Motion passes. Items K7 through K9 are on consent. K10 is the consideration of adopting a rule change concerning the degree granting colleges and universities other than Texas public institutions. Members, we did not vote on these rules in September because the comment period was not over. So, Stacy.
Yes, thank you. This set of proposed revisions adds a definition of professional degree and renumbers subsequent sections. This set of rules sets forth the prohibition against issuing a certificate of authority for a foreign chartered or foreign-based private post-secondary institution to grant a professional degree or to represent that credits earned in Texas are applicable toward a degree. A joint comment was received in a letter signed by the Texas medical schools. The institutions asked that the language and their equivalents and foreign cognates be added to the definition of professional degrees in Rule 7.335. Staff concurred, and the suggested language has been added. That concludes my overview.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. Motion passes. Item 9K, 11, and 12 are on the consent. 9L, 1 and 2 are on consent. Agenda item 9L3 is the consideration of the Commissioner's recommendation to the Board relating to amendments to Chapter 5, Subchapter A, Section 5.5 of the rules concerning uniform admission policy. Members, we did not vote on these rules in September because the comment period was not over. Stacy.
Thank you. These rules or revisions provide for the automatic admission of qualified students who graduate in the top 10% of their high school class or who graduate in the top 25% of their high school class from a Texas public or accredited private high school with the distinguished level of achievement under the Foundation High School program or the equivalent. The rules incorporate the distinguished level of achievement under the Foundation program throughout the section. And additionally, it allows applicants participating in the minimum recommended or advanced high school program be considered under the other admissions provision. A conference call was held in late August, and we asked for input on this set of proposed rules. The University of Texas submitted comments which are provided in the blue pages. However, no changes were made to the rules as a result of the comments. That concludes my overview.
Questions?
So the student who graduates not in the top 10% but in the top 25 and has a distinguished level of achievement under the Foundation program, isn't that distinguished level determined, the criteria determined by that school district?
Actually, as we heard this morning, that distinguished level now will include endorsements from different areas, as well as it still retains that distinguished level, which now was really, we consider that the 4x4. But there may be students who don't graduate in the top 10% who have completed that. As well. They'll be given a holistic review.
Right, and I guess what I'm asking is that distinguished category determined by TEA, the requirements for that by TEA or by the individual school district?
That is, I believe, but I think those are laid out in House Bill 5 as we heard this morning.
TEA.
So that distinguished level would have endorsements from those various interdisciplinary area, the STEM. Thank you, David. A student may earn a distinguished level of achievement by successfully completing 4 credits in math, which must include Algebra 2, 4 credits in science, the remaining curriculum requirements, and the curriculum requirements for at least one of the endorsements.
Right, and that's you're reading from the
Right.
page here.
Right.
So those are TEA requirements in order to get distinguished level of achievement.
Right.
But that is exactly what is the current requirement for all graduates. The 4x4 is a current requirement. HB5 is changing that.
Yes.
So how are we using the current requirement with a 10% rule, and now we're changing it to a 25% rule, and the requirement doesn't change it?
Actually, no, we're amending this set of rules to incorporate the foundation relative to both the admission under the top 10% and then that admission under the 25%, top 25%. That's all.
What it does is just being in the top 10% isn't enough. You have to do what is required for the distinguished achievement. School districts can determine their top 10% however they want. Many will wait according to different things, but according to the law, now, however they calculate it, if you're in the top 10% but you do not have the distinguished achievement notification, you will not have automatic admission. You can be admitted otherwise, but not automatically.
I understand that.
That's for the top 25% as well, I believe.
But aren't we then opening up another 15% who could have the distinguished and graduate, say, 76th percentile and have automatic admission?
No, you have to be in the top.
That's not what this does.
No, absolutely not. No, it does not do that.
Help me understand
automatic,
what 25% is.
Under the previous law, some schools had the option to use the top 25% for automatic admission if they chose to. Some did. They still have that option. But the only thing guaranteed wherever you go is the top 10% for automatic admission. That's by law. The school can't change that except the variation for UT with the 7%. But even with that, you have to be and have the distinguished achievement certificate. So, depending on how the school district calculates it, if they have 10 people that are in the top 10%, if they have nobody with the distinguished achievement, they would not be automatically admitted on the basis of the top 10%. If all 10 were, they would all qualify for automatic admission.
So some of our institutions have a 10% rule, some 7%, but some of them have 25%?
So some have added the 25%, and they've done that since the beginning of the top 10%.
But if adopted, this rule says in order to qualify for that, you have to have the distinguished.
Exactly.
Okay, I now understand.
Second. Discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion passes. Thank you. I believe we're on item 9L4.
Yes.
Through 5 on the consent. 9L6, consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation for a rule, concerning the Texas Success Initiative to reflect developmental education reform efforts approved by the coordinating board in July 2013.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. These rules were approved, and then we found that there was a need to make some clarity because we were notified by the field that we had a wrong course number for government, and so that's why we're bringing it back to you to make that correction. And also under the area of the instruction for ESOL students, the waiver of being tested so that you're not tested until after you have completed the instruction. So on the rule itself, you will see the wording that with the one word we corrected. And the same thing for the cut score in terms of adult basic education. So we just are bringing it back to you because we clarified that language. And other than that, there were no more comments from the field.
Move approval.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion, questions? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Motion passes. Item 9M, consideration of adopting the Certification Advisory Council's recommendation to the board relating to a request from Southwest School of Art for a certificate of authority to grant degrees in Texas. This is a new item. Again, we did not discuss it in September. Stacy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Southwest School of Art in San Antonio is seeking approval for a certificate of authority to award the Bachelor of Fine Arts degree in art. An on-site evaluation was conducted over the summer, and the board's certification advisory council reviewed the evaluation team's report and recommends approval to the board. Staff concurs with that recommendation. And that concludes my overview.
Move approval.
Discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Motion passes. Thank you. Item 9N, a report on FY 2008 to 2012 annual report of low producing programs review. This is for information only.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As you all know, we are in the process of returning to the governing boards and Board of Regents all the documentation related to any low-producing programs that the board ordered closed or consolidated in the past few years. This has been a long and tedious process since we don't actually have hard files to return, but rather data that are loaded onto various databases and had to be disentangled and returned in re-encapsulated in the system way to give to the governing boards and boards of regents. I am pleased to say that we are in that process right now, and we're working on returning everything to the boards and having their input to give back to us. Additionally, temporary exemptions have been made for most of the requested items from this past spring. I've contacted most or all of the institutions that requested exemptions and sent letters out saying that those are approved. And if you'll recall, temporary exemptions actually remove the programs from the low producing list for a minimum of 2 years. The next round of data will be sent to the Board of Regents and governing boards and will provide those entities with the needed information about their institutional degree programs. That concludes my report.
Will the board be receiving that information? Our board be receiving
Absolutely.
That information also?
Yes.
Dr. Tesher.
So we're going to continue to review these and make recommendations, but we will not have the ability to enforce those recommendations? Is that my understanding?
Actually, what we'll be doing is providing you with the data and information, and we'll be showing what we would have shown to the institutions and directed them to either shut down or consolidate their programs. We will no longer be offering temporary exemptions. We will no longer be doing a review of those programs at the staff level. We will merely we'll give out the information, provide you with the data. We'll provide the governing boards and the boards of regents the data.
But we would not make a recommendation to them?
Well, we will continue to have the thresholds in place, and we will continue to show which ones meet the thresholds and which ones do not.
Okay, so on page 2 of the agenda book in the blue, it talks about THECB recommendations on the far right. Phase out is listed on that first recommendation. Is this not the format that we're going to use going forward, that we actually make a recommendation that it's a low degree granting program and we recommend you phase it out?
We will continue to provide them with the same format in that if it doesn't meet the threshold for a set number of years, the recommendation would be what it's always been, either for the governing boards to take a look at it, because we would say does not meet the threshold.
Right, so we're going to continue doing everything except enforcing and granting waivers.
We're no longer going to be evaluating whether or not an institution should have a temporary exemption. So we'll no longer be doing the staff review that shows whether or not, this program should not be on the list. We're just going to give the list to the boards of regents.
I think maybe just to provide a little clarity, if you'll look at the last paragraph on the first page of item N, basically we're going to provide the regents with programs that do not fit within the board's guidelines of programs. In other words, you're below the board's guidelines.
Right, I understand.
That's submitted then to the regents. The regents at that point, they make the decision as to whether they want to continue the program or shut the program down. But the last sentence there, in the event that the governing boards do not, then they are required to report that, identify the program on their next LAR.
Right, I understand all that. The only point, very narrow question I'm asking, do we send that in the form of a recommendation? This program does not meet our criteria. We recommend this. You decide.
I think it can only be informational only, can it?
I believe that's the direction that I've received.
And it doesn't meet our standards.
Really the intent of the law.
And this is for your information. It doesn't meet our standards, but here's your data.
And we're not going to offer them a recommendation.
It doesn't meet our standards. We can say that. But
So the answer to my question is no.
Right.
We're not going to use the word recommendation.
Right.
But here we have it, recommendation.
well, this is the old format, isn't it? I mean, this is what we've.
Right. These were for the temporary exemptions. So this information is related to the spring data, not to the next upcoming data.
So this is the last time we're going to see recommendation in this issue?
Absolutely, yes.
Got it.
I just want to give one historical fact. I think will make perhaps make you feel a little more comfortable. Is actually when I first came to the coordinating board, we ran this data for the first time. In fact, it's one of the first things I did. We found 1,000 plus low producing programs. We just sent the numbers to the systems, and they actually reduced. I don't remember exactly. Eliminated 250, 300. Just because they had the data and reviewed it themselves, and which is about in line with what happened this time with much more effort and work. So I think part of it is they're not aware of it. We'll see how it goes forward, but providing that information to them really helps bring it to the level of their attention at the system level. So it'll be interesting to see how they react without a specific recommendation. But this last process, unlike the one I just mentioned, took hundreds of hours of staff time. And this will actually free up staff time to do other elements.
Here's my thought. Are we still going to post this as public information?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Any other discussion?
Move approval.
I believe it was information only. Item 90, excuse me. Report on proposals approved by the commissioner or assistant commissioner since the previous board meeting. This is informational only. We want to point out that this information is included in our materials at every board meeting. These lists represent the staff work that happens behind the scenes. Of note, the staff reviews each proposal and evaluates whether the institution has included documentation that shows they will provide adequate resources to support the proposed program. This includes reviewing the institution's staffing commitments, and the staff also considers whether the state has a genuine need for the new degree program, specifically looking at workforce demand and student demand. Staff reviews are ongoing, and staff works collaboratively with the institutions in the development of these new programs. Stacy.
Thank you. As shown on the white pages, there were 12 associate degree programs approved and 22 bachelor's and master's degree programs approved since July. These programs all received a review and evaluation by board staff and a recommendation of approval, and all have been approved. That concludes my report.
And that concludes our committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Excuse me. Next agenda item is number 10, matters relating to the task force on community and technical colleges. Dennis Golden is the chair of this task force and will give us a brief update on their work to date.
Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time, I'm not going to do anything except refer to the blue page in the booklet with regard to the detailed report. The only other thing I'll add to that is that we have met at San Jacinto College, Panola College, McClendon Community College, Tarrant County College, Delmar College, and Amarillo College over the last 12 months. This committee will be producing a white paper between now and the first of the year, which will go over your desk, Mr. Chairman, and the Commissioner's desk, and before presented to the board with a number of action items that we've identified over the last 12 months. That concludes my report.
And we are anticipating that for January, I believe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Just like to thank Dennis for the special dedication he's made on this project, and also note that two of the coordinating board members that have since left the coordinating board, Durga Agarwal and Munir Lalani, also made great contributions, and recognize that. The only question I have, Mr. Chairman, is does that task force need to be repopulated, since it would be a task force of one? I know Dennis is quite capable of doing a lot, but by himself?
I would personally request that the chair give serious consideration of leaving our task force intact and repopulating it once you're able to reorganize once we get new board members.
Okay. I'll certainly talk to the commissioner. We'll look at the report in January, make a decision at that point.
Ready?
Agenda item 11.
Mr. Chair, can I make one? Each one of y'all should have one of these. And this was, please take the time. This is Dr. Donna Beagle. She actually received the CNA Heroes of the Year award a couple of years back. And this was the lady that the gentleman from Amarillo College presented and mentioned today, and it'll take the time to look at this. Thank you.
Thanks, Dennis. Agenda item 11, matters relating to Agency Operations Committee. This committee is chaired today by Chris Huckabee. Chris.
Good afternoon. Agenda item 11A is the committee chair's overview, and the simple overview is the Deputy Commissioner's report had the following standing committee items presented to the Agency Operations Committee yesterday at 2 p.m. The reports included quarterly financials, compliance monitoring reports, and a report from the internal auditor regarding internal and external audits. Agenda item 11B is public testimony, and I do not believe we have any public testimony. Agenda item 11C is a consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board to adopt a proposed Agency Operations Committee charter. After a presentation by Dr. Alonzo and Mark Pale, the committee voted to approve the charter. Any questions? I do need a motion to approve the Agency Operations Committee charter. Have a motion? Motion and second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Motion carries. Agenda item 11D is discussion and consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board of course of action regarding external auditors for agency-wide financials. The committee voted to approve option number 2, which is to exercise the option to extend the existing contract to KPMG for 2 years. Is there any discussion related to this? If not, need a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. Agenda item 11E is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board related to the amendments of Chapter 1, Agency Administration, Subchapter A, Section 1.6, Advisory Committees, SB 215, 83rd Texas Legislature Regular Session. Committee voted to approve this recommendation. Any additional questions? If not, I need a motion. A motion? Second. And a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Agenda item 11F is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board related to new rules for Chapter 1 Agency Administrations regarding advisory committees. The committee voted to approve this recommendation. Any additional questions? If not, I need a motion. I make a motion. A motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Agenda item 11G is consideration of adopting the Commissioner's recommendation to the committee related to new rules for Chapter 1, Agency Administration, regarding advisory committees. The committee voted to approve this recommendation. Are there any additional questions?
Was item G on consent?
No.
Was not?
No, G was not on consent. Have a motion? Second. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion carries. Agenda items 11H and through K were approved at the AOC committee yesterday and are all on the consent calendar. Agenda item 11L is consideration of adopting the committee's recommendation to the board related to the proposed amendment to Chapter 1, Agency Administration, Subchapter A, General Provisions, Section 1.14 of Board Rules concerning negotiated rulemaking. Committee have voted to approve this recommendation. Any additional questions?
Move approval.
A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. I believe Dr. Alonso has a couple of comments before we close.
Very, very quickly, thank you, Mr. Chairman and board members. If you recall, back on October 9th, 10th, I sent you a couple of emails updating you on the status of our bond pricing, which it followed a very good news of the upgrade of our credit rating by Moody's and made us gave us a AAA rating by all three rating agencies. It's the first time that has ever happened. We forecasted that would tremendously help when we priced the bonds on October 9th, and as I reported to you, it did. We had some very aggressive pricing. We had some very good rates. We were able to lock those in, and I wanted to report that we closed yesterday morning and the money is in the bank, and we are happy that that has been done. We are very obviously very happy because it does allow us to keep our interest rates low and continue to make those low interest rate loans to the students. I know that a lot of that is because we depend on the good faith and credit of the state of Texas, but I would be remiss to say that also because staff, not me, but staff does such a tremendous job of managing that loan program that we enjoy that good credit rating. So I just wanted to bring you up to date on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alonso.
I'd like to say congratulations to Arturo because a lot of it does have to do with leadership, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Any other comments?
I'd like to echo those words of encouragement and also job well done.
Dr. Alonso, thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, this concludes agency operations report.
Very good. AAA ratings don't come easily.
Not.
All right, this concludes our meeting for today. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. We're adjourned.